Oh, sorry about the pop. My Aegis, thank you for the 26 months. How's it going? Thank you. First question. It wasn't a question. You didn't ask anything. All right, let's get a little cleaned up here. Got a couple things neaten up. We gotta get to work. We gotta lay down the code that's gonna power the muxes. I think I got a grasp of how it's gonna work, but it's gonna be a little bit of work. How's it going, Cannibal? Cannibal Yeebus. Let's see here. All this stuff out of the way. I want to get to building the hardware. Crashing for the weekend, nice. I could use a good crashed weekend. I'm gonna be busy all day tomorrow. I'm not gonna be streaming. And then, actually, you know what? I think the rest of the weekend's gonna be relatively calm for me. I'll be looking after the puppy. she's a piece of work, that's for sure, that little puppy. But at least you sleep in the night. Three-day weekend for you? Nice. Nice. Yeah, I think it's like required by law that you have a barbecue of some kind. I don't know if there's going to be barbecue. I'll probably have to like pass on some barbecues because everybody's going to have their dogs there. And her dog can't be around other dogs yet because of her, first of all, she has Giardia, which should be gone by Saturday. But also, you know, the whole vaccine thing with her. Don't want her to get whatever the hell that thing is that dogs get that's uncurable. She hangs out with the neighbor's corgis, but yeah, parvo, yeah. But she hangs out with the neighbor's corgis, but that's because we know that they've gotten all their stuff. So, and I know my other friends probably have had their dogs get all the stuff, but we just, you know, you just gotta be careful. I don't think she's ready for car rides either. I don't know, she did an hour 45 her first day and then puked. Hour 40 of an hour 45 minute ride and puked. So I don't know. I think she's probably okay for the car ride, but who knows? So yeah, I gotta be careful about it. She's also a tiny little chicken nugget, so I don't know if she should be around much larger dogs. All right, I need to get some links here. So we need to go to my face cam, and Adanon found a thing that did the code keyboard and muxes. I don't know what that's all about. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. I wasn't able to do my homework just because of the dog. And then Pyro's got a bunch of good resources too. Okay, there's stuff here. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, I'm gonna need to have these throw errors, so I'll have to take a look at that. My dog ate the homework. That's pretty much it. That's what it is. I gotta get my head on straight for this, because I barely know what I'm doing here. Standard int, standard bool. Okay. Yeah, this is what I have to build in, basically. Oh, this is the code that I got from... I already know this code. Oh, no, it's a little different, actually. Matrix power up, matrix power down. Rows, columns. Yeah, this is just a generic matrix study, right? Matrix row shifter. Okay, we'll take a look at that later. This one is a bunch of shift registers, or demuxes and muxes. 74138. If defined, set pin output, enable, right pin high. I'm going to try to direct drive one of the OLED panels from an SS1306. Yesterday, after I stopped streaming, 33 instead of 3.3. Oh, God. That's bad. Oh yeah, my agent said hack the keyboard, hack the planet. Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. I got hacking in the title. Yeah, man, that's not good. That's a lot of volts. Eesh. I'm a little sad that I didn't get that screen working yesterday, because that would have rounded out what we were working on pretty nicely. It was a nice little skill challenge, but it would have been another hour and a half for me to get all the parts together for it and find stuff that's small enough. I mean, if I really want to, I think what I can do is grab like some more advanced electronics that I have. Everything I have is 0805, right? So if I grab some other electronics, I could probably find the 1UF and the 0.1UF caps that are small enough that I can just bridge them directly across the pins of that flat header cable. That would be cool, because then I could turn it into its own little self-contained I2C screen to run God knows what. I don't know what I'd do with it, but still would be pretty cool to be like, yeah, this screen's out of a glucometer. Okay, this is a lot, this programming. Yeah, I already have the screen. It's right here, but it'd still be funny. Is that really what I'm supposed to be doing? Set enabled, right pin. This seems like a lot. I wonder if we should do 2 GPIOs and 2 whatever they are, like split up the GPIOs so we do both of them simultaneously, and the loop is a lot faster, because then it would go through 8 inputs, you know, and read the GPIO pin, both pins at the same time. I would just count 8 times and then be done. I might want to do that. But enable 2, go home, you're drunk. I think we'll go with that. Because that'll be double the speed. My concern with what we're doing is that it's not going to be fast enough. Although it's probably proven out by everybody's already done everything. I just haven't researched it properly in order to find all the resources that I need. There's probably somebody with code like fully already vetted out. And we'll do that. We'll do 2, and then this one is GP3. MS Paint skills. So GP2 and 3 are going to be doing the lion's share of the work here. Basically just looking to see what rows are positive. I don't know if there's already pull downs and stuff on the code keyboard. Pull ups or downs. You would think the columns would have a pull down on it because you'd get residual charge on the line. Okay, so we'll plan for that, because that way we can partially build one of them and test them out, and then the other one is just connecting to the same thing but with a different enable, although it could share enables. Probably should share enables, huh? Because they're doing the same work. That frees up. I don't know. It doesn't really free up pins, but it doubles our speed. So there's no point in not doing it. And the rows get their own enable. All right. So that's the plan. This is what we need to set up the software to run this hardware, and then we can test this hardware. And that's the project. I mean, you know, aside from making it my own, you know, putting my own, I don't know, logo on there or making the screen do anything relevant to what I do. None of it's really relevant. Maybe I can make it print out words per minute or something. Or just Bongo Cat. I mean, that's the Short Lurker suggestion, and I'm sure Cilia probably agrees with Short Lurker on that one, that I should just have Bongo Cat on the keyboard. I'm not closed off to that possibility. I'd have to look at what people do with their screens. Why isn't this charger charging anymore? Hello? Charger? I don't know if it's plugged in properly. Ah, Keeper of Maps! Yanti Bits. I don't know what that is, Keeper of Maps. I don't know what that is. 31 months, though. Thank you so much. Keeper of Maps. One of the reasons that we get all the Cosmo Quest raids. How you doing? Yet another name in the BTS queue. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll go back. I don't know. Phone Twitch doesn't load the stream. Yeah, I understand that completely. I tried the other day. A guy's got to poop and watch Twitch at the same time sometimes, you know? And it's frustrating. Why 8 BTSQ? Yeah, there's the mechanical keyboards post. I'm not gonna immediately implement that. Oh my god, wait a minute. No, this isn't what I thought it was. This is an entire Bongo Cat keyboard. It doesn't have the screen. Wait, is that made out of cardboard? That's kind of cool. Oh, it's a cardboard case. That's cool. Where's the nobody's linking to the screen that has Bongo Cat on it. Sound test. Where's the screen that has Bongo Cat on it? Man, I feel puffy lately. I think my allergies are going crazy. Yeah, it's just a frame for an already made keyboard. Well, then they need to branch out. They need to branch out to QMK and then implement a screen that also has Bongo Cat on it. Because that would be cool. All right. I'm not going to do much of an intro. I don't have much else to talk about other than the fact that my dog seems to be very much all about that chew on the human life. That's all I got. My dog does nothing but chew on me. She's a puppy though. She's just like starting teething. She's just getting into teething. That's her new thing. Her new hobby is chewing on literally everything, and I've had to keep her away from shoes. Hold on one sec. I just unplugged my phone charger, and now it's not plugging back in because USB exists at a superposition. There's nothing any of us can do about it as mortals. They're like, why don't we fix this whole USB superposition thing and invent another standard? It didn't work. It didn't work. Science has flown too close to the sun. All right. Yeah. No, it's the wireless charger. Oh my god, they made a whole thing, but not out of cardboard. Pretty wild. Yeah, it's a wireless charger that uses USB micro. So it's like, it's bad. The phone uses USB-C, but it's very particular about when it charges with USB-C. I don't know why. Distant cacophony. So, oh yeah, that's right. We're doing the September promotion. Welcome to Twitch, where it's September. You can sub for 15% off. By the way, Tom Thinks got a global emote. I think it's a September emote. Cannibal Jesus too. Distant Cacophony, by the way, y'all should check her out. She streams on the weekends and does a really good job, and I lurk. Cannibal Yeebus. 11 months. This won't go away until I click the button. Yeah, it does that to you. Thank you for the 11 months. Thank you for the 15 months. You guys are awesome. Yeah, Tom Thinks, who I built the button for. I'm in his end credits for stuff. I didn't ask for that, but it's cute to see that he's still very thankful for the button, because he had a foot pedal to do his voice changer, and the foot pedal, when standing up, it was a piano foot pedal that comes with the Roland, and piano foot pedals are not meant to be used while standing up, so the ergonomics were really bad. I mean, it's like standing and then lifting one foot up. It does a number on you. And so he's had previous, repetitive stress injuries from something like that. So we worked on a couple ideas, and he took apart the pedal and used the little rubber button to use on his setup. And it was literally a piece of like cello tape on top of his tablet with the circuit board just sitting out in the open. I'm like, this is not gonna fly. So we did a whole series doing 3D printing, fusion design, circuit board author, making a circuit board, making it all press fit together, and then the button, BWUOTTON, the button, putting that on there. And then Tom hooks it up to his whole setup, right? I was gonna give him a silicone rubber pad to go under the button. I didn't put that on. I should have, because what he did is he put it down on his tablet with his whole setup going. He doesn't have a compressor on the mic. Pressed the button and it went ba-boom and made this huge noise because it was plastic on plastic and all that stuff. So what he ended up doing was putting a bunch of foam sort of at the button surface so it doesn't click down as hard. The problem is, if anything happens to the two buttons that I sent him, the rubber that we used is from a German Wii U third-party controller. Not German. I think the company is German, but it was all the Chinese markings on it all over. But it was the Tubro controller. One of the turbo button was misspelled on the silkscreen layer. So it's Tubro. Bro, you taking a bath? So if anything happens to those two rubbly buttons, then we're SOL and we have to redesign the whole thing for Tom. So if that happens, it'll be kind of fun, but yeah. Oh, those tomato modes are Distant Cacophony. I didn't know that. I just know that some of the earlier tomato streams I watched, Cacophony was all up in there. Yeah, it was a really, it was a complete home run. Like, I have not had a project since then for a streamer that has been that much of a home run. Because, I mean, it ties directly into everything we do here, right? Everything, including some of my experience doing medical stuff. Just, repetitive stress injury. I didn't really do sports science, but still, it's like ergonomics is something that I think is very cool. So it's like gaming, ergonomics, 3D printing, circuit board design, and being just a general fuck up. Like, it was perfect. I wish to find more projects like that. I think maybe, I mean, Adam Johnston was having some trouble with carpal tunnel, but he bought a bunch of like the capability controllers and stuff. I think he's gotten around it without my help. I don't think he had months for me to do the project. A lot of the tomato emotes are done. Yeah, they're cool. They all have very good personality. My emotes I do myself, which is why we haven't seen new emotes in a fortnight, in a fortnight. Speaking of Tomato Town, yeah, I need to sit and do pixel art for a little while. Basically, what I do is I find emotes that I like and I fucking steal them. I put a chip on them and I call them mine. So there's a heart emote that another Discord server made that we need to use. I got just a bunch that I want to get to. And then I want to make all the tier 3 subs old money looking, you know, like more top hats, more bags of money. Tier 2, I'm not sure what I want to do with. I gotta figure out. Tier 2 might just be where all the good old ones go. Look at this thing. We got the screen working on it. I think I'm just gonna start because, yeah, again, the only stuff I have to talk about. Oh, I don't know if Cacophony saw. I got a puppy. Hold on, my glucose level's fucking trying to destroy me. I got all the level 1 emotes. Did you guys trigger a train? I ate a shrimp po' boy from a local place. It was the last big mistake I'll ever make. Oh, you saw pictures, yeah, okay. It was like, I must show the puppy off. I must. She was being a potato. She's growing into the ears. She's still growing into the ears. But this is Willow. Buy, sell, buy, sell. The side eye. I'm getting the side eye. She's very, very bitey, as evidenced by my hand. She's just getting into teething. Here she is with the neighbor. This is the neighbor corgi, Quillen. There's another corgi somewhere in this shot. But yeah, she was depressed because they went away. Oh yeah, this is her game. So she'll saddle up and like cuddle with you and play with like one of her favorite toys, right? Oh, that's so cute. She's playing with me. Oh, that's so cute. Like we're just hanging out, we're cuddling. Like she's actually affectionate. Munch. She just bites your leg. Yeah, she's wondering why I keep holding my phone up. She actually bit my phone the other day. Listen, I was told I needed to get daily corgi pics, so I get daily corgi pics. And she knows. And tries to bite you. Anyway. That's all I have to talk about, because that's all I've been doing in the off time of stream is babysitting. She will get a little older and she will get a little bit more independent, and then I'll be able to get back to my schedule. Because I do a lot of work between streams, like researching and stuff like that. Yeah, she's a very cute puppy. I haven't had time to do that, so we're gonna be looking at some programming stuff at the start of the stream today. We're gonna be working on getting matrix code to work with the stuff that we've been building already. I think I need to close some files on my other computer. Yeah, I got a text file open. Hold on, I gotta close them on the other computer. I thought I'd have time to code. As if. Let's close that. So what we're going to be doing is moving a lot of just like stuff around. These QMK projects are built in such a way that they're like super universal, meaning almost everything you declare is like dependent on the processor and dependent on what your matrix is and all that stuff. I mean, they really are trying to make like a software platform that you can configure and load up into just about anything. I mean, the compatible devices list, but it's interesting that they have it just work so universally. our keyboard, this code 10 keyless, is all we care about. We're not trying to bring the project into new horizons here. We're trying to repair my old keyboard here. So what I'm going to be doing is making the software cater specifically to my keyboard, and maybe making an error state if the keyboard is not configured properly. So, all right, let's just get going. It's Friday. We're just hanging out. We'll get that out of there. My buddy Big John. He's a big guy. I don't know why everybody thinks he's talking about something else. Yeah, he's a buddy of mine. He does mixes and stuff like that. So there's that. Let's go down here. Hit pause. Okay. Yeah, just to reiterate. Oh God. To reiterate, I had a shrimp po' boy for lunch, and it's fucking killing me right now. That's gonna remain for a little while, and hopefully it'll swing back down to normal so that I can feel normal. I might be taking often bathroom breaks today, just because that's how diabetes do. So anyway, we are working on my keyboard, and long story long, I accidentally spilled a little bit of iced tea on my code 10 keyless keyboard. This is my keyboard that I love. I put a lot of work into it, and the work just includes finding cheapo keycaps that put the light through properly and have actual centered buttons on them. The version that you get from Code doesn't have the double shot PBT, and then the letters are off to the left. Really weird. But anyway, so I've put a lot of work into this keyboard, not only refurbishing all the switches on it, but also keeping it alive in spite of my own propensity to spill things on it. So that happened the other night. I spilled something on my keyboard, and because this uses a cheapo Sonics microcontroller right there, it actually has two microcontrollers that we're going to be removing both of those, but it uses a cheapo Sonics microcontroller directly on the board, and so when stuff spills on the keyboard, it finds its way all the way down to this board. And when it finds its way all the way down to this board, it gets into this processor right here, and its crystal and its accoutrement. So what happened was I came back the next day, and only the top of the keyboard, because I flipped it over, only the top of the keys were soaked. Shake it off, open it up, because I removed the main screw of it and I've never put it back in. Open it up, and it just wasn't functioning properly. You hit one key and it would hit 4 keys, right? So what I did is I gave it an alcohol wash. I brushed it with a toothbrush, gave it another alcohol wash, tried to get all the stuff off of it. It was diet drink, so it's not sticky. And I got the keyboard in immaculate, clean condition. Plug it back in, and it didn't work. And then I cleaned it again, and then I plugged it back in, and then it worked. And then I put it all back together in the case, and I closed the case, and I plugged it back in, and it didn't work again. And then it just stopped. It just stopped working as a whole. So what happened? I don't know. I'm of a mind that the microcontroller is broken. I'm also of a mind that it's time that we learn a little bit about sort of a slightly different platform, something called QMA, and I don't know what that means. Maybe Quick Mechanical Keyboard. It's an open source project that allows you to build your own keyboard. Now, I'm not going to build my own keyboard. I've freaking got this thing sitting right here. So what I did is I spent an inordinate amount of time reverse engineering where all the rows and the columns of this board are. It's not as simple as a homemade keyboard. Homemade keyboard would just go row, 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 column, 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 and that would be the end of it. It would be a nice compact layout, and everything's perfect and fine, and it would be compatible with the rest of QMK, and it wouldn't use too many microcontroller pins. No, 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 no. Code decided that because you use these fingers a lot to do a lot of the typing, and everything is sort of centered at the center of the keyboard, that you would have rows and then like other little tiny rows in the middle, and then the columns are all over the place. So I had to reverse engineer that, and now we have to define it within the software. But because I have Pico Pis running around, and Pico Pi was only just recently added to the compatibility list of what's called QMK, just because that's only recently been added, basically there wasn't a lot of support for it, but these were $4. This is a $4 microcontroller, so I might as well use it, right? It turns out the number of pins that I would need to run all the rows and the columns of this thing exceeds the number of pins available on this microcontroller. So we had to use some clever what's going on here? Clever electronical kind of methods to reduce the number of pins. And the way we do that is with what's essentially a chip that is a bunch of switches. And so you give it a binary number and it'll switch your output to that number, right? Yeah, happy Friday, Mr. Yen. So that's called a mux. And the muxes that I have are called max 308s. The max 308s can mux and it can demux. And so what we're going to do is we're going to energize each row using an 8-pin mux, because there's only 8 rows. Then there's 15 columns, because I doubled up to a couple of the columns. There's 15 columns, so we use 2 8-pin muxes on those. And those will lead to a microcontroller pin that will then get read and interpreted for key presses. The only problem with that is that I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing with the software. And so we know how to build the software, or what we know that method, but now we have to figure it out. How many keys? I think it's like 75%. I think that's what this is. 75% ANSI layout, because it doesn't have the weirdo enter key, which is the layout that I like and I'm used to. And then these keys have a deliberate but soft press to them. That's the Cherry MX Clear with a clear rubber band on it. So it's got a nice quiet, deliberate click. And it's not like a workout to use the keyboard, right? It's just a very deliberate, sort of expensive feeling key. So my hope is that we will be able to get the software coded up and tested with the Max 308, and then we'll be able to evaluate. We'll be able to see how fast that is, and if all that works, then our breadboard moves over to the keyboard. So let's get some Max 308s down on some circuits here. There's a couple different methods that I could use to put these things together. Now the Max 308, I don't know if I have any, I don't think I have any rattling around on the desk. The Max 308s that I have are surface mount. They're from a brain monitoring project. There's a, okay, so if I really want to explain this, I'm gonna get into the science really quickly here. There are 2 frequencies of infrared light that are really important to research as of now. 2 very important frequencies of red light. Think about red light. You ever do that thing where you hold a lamp up to your finger and then you can see through it? Oh my God, my finger. Dear God in heaven, what is wrong with me? So that right there, that phenomenon, you can tell kind of through the camera at least that it's some form of red light that you're seeing on the other end, because it's like a filter gel. But that light gets all the way through your finger. How does it do that? I mean, there's like a bone in there and stuff. There are 2 frequencies of near-infrared light that are actually really kind of interesting and important. One of those frequencies bounces off blood, just volumetric blood. However much blood is there, that red light, that frequency of red light will bounce off and be detectable through the skin. It'll go right through skin and bounce off of blood. That's cool. You can measure a volume of blood depending on how much light you get back, and you don't have to cut a person open in order to figure that out or put a cuff on them or anything like that. The second frequency of light is pretty cool because it only bounces off of oxygenated blood. So if you got muscles and you're using those muscles and you shine that light in there, the amount of light that gets back, calibrated obviously, will give you a measurable determination of how much their oxygenated blood, how much oxygenated blood exists within that area. So if you put it on a muscle and somebody's like not using the muscle, you don't get a lot back. But if you put it on a muscle and they're using the muscle a lot, you get a lot back. So if you combine those 2 frequencies of light, you can see how much blood flow goes to a thing volumetrically and how much that blood is being used. Now, what does that have to do with scanning the brain? You're talking about muscles. Well, the thing about the brain, aside from the blood and bone and guts and stuff that's protecting all that blood, the cool thing about the brain is there's a vascular structure at the back of the brain, right at the back of the head, where it actually, because the brain always uses just about the same amount of blood in your body. It's a weird kind of structure. Always uses just about the same amount of blood, but different parts of the brain are more or less active at different times, right? That's my whole use it or lose it kind of phenomenon. You know, you want to keep that brain moving because otherwise you're not getting a lot of blood to those cells. But the brain divvies up the amount of blood that it puts to different areas of the brain, right? It always uses about the same, and it's always just kind of like figuring out how much it wants to put in one area. It's like that, what was that? Not the Star Trek bridge game, the other bridge game that was like VR, where the engineer has to like divvy up power to everybody around the ship, and it makes the engineer's job like the fucking worst. Because that was the job I got, and everybody's yelling at me because they needed power. What's up, not a bag? So anyway, it's like that game where that vascular structure is figuring out of the fixed amount of blood that the brain gets, where is it going? Where is it going in order to utilize the brain properly? When you strap that device with the different frequencies of light, barotrauma. No, not barotrauma. No. That was a 3D one. Anyway, I don't know if barotrauma works like that. I haven't played. I've watched it, but I don't know. You don't get that from watching it. You put that frequency of light into the two parts of the frontal lobe of the brain. Frontal lobe of the brain is the last part of the brain to evolve. And you can figure out how much your brain, your body is utilizing the front part of the brain and how much the front part of the brain is utilizing that blood. So the blood all goes to the front of the brain and it starts getting used a lot as your synapses are sparkling off. One of the applications of that system was a lie detector. Because when you lie, apparently, well, that was the theory, is that you're using the higher parts of your brain, the latest stuff to evolve, in order to think of the truth and a lie at the same time. I don't know if that came to fruition, but basically what my involvement with it was, we were working on this with students. It was my intern in high school. I've had connections to the project for a long time. They were solving anagrams in order to get the aha moment from the brain. This is all cognitive research kind of stuff. But getting the moment where you go, I got the problem, and then brain activity goes, because you've solved the problem. Pretty cool stuff. That's where I got those knobs that have all the little gradient, the little number things on them. But in addition to that, I got a bunch of Max 308s. I was responsible for taking their design into surface mount technology in high school. So that's where I have all the muxes and the demuxes. The way that they built it is they had the infrared, the near infrared diodes in the center, and it was surrounded by a bunch of like optical detectors that had their own amplifiers in them. And then those went through a calibration, and then they were read by a data acquisition card. This is back before the days when you could do this all in a microcontroller. It went into a data acquisition card. So they had only so many analog inputs. So they had to use these muxes in order to switch to all the different sensors and stuff. So that's why I have a bunch of like expensive analog style muxes. Hopefully they work. I mean, I think maybe a digital mux would probably be a better idea for this project, but we're trying to use what we have on hand. And that, Wazootronic, is how we get from brains to keyboards. I know what I'm doing out here. So we're trying to have fun. We're trying to have fun with this. We got to get to the hardcore programming, though. How do you keep your audio foam mats to stick to your walls? I don't. They don't. Simply put. The way that I've done it is not the way that you should do it. I don't know how you should do it, because my way is all wrong, and every time I try, it's wrong. What I did is I took pieces of poster board and I sprayed it with adhesive, and I made 3x3 panels. And then those 3x3 panels, I took a staple gun and I stapled them to my wall. So I need to get the staple gun and just fix that tile. I haven't fixed this tile in months, but like some of them are like coming down and stuff. These tiles, by the way, they're just decoration. They don't really do all that much for sound reflection. Honestly, like sticky no-nail wall strips. Wall strips were only, I tried wall strips on the back of these, but then the room got humid and everything fell off because the foam core decided to flex. So I really, what I want to do is, I mean, it's too expensive to get legitimate wall panels, but I would like to run like maybe like a 1 or a 2 inch wooden board in between these. If I ever redo the walls, that is. Redoing the walls is very difficult to do because I have to get behind stuff. But if I redo the walls, I want to do a strip of wood and then the panels, but I might want to redo the panels and make them like art gallery style walls so I can use push pins to hold stuff up. I can't afford to buy that much wall control Those are oh, my back. Those are wall control panels over there. That's how I hold up a lot of the bulk of the excess toolage that I have in this tiny little area. This tiny, tiny shop that I call home. This is basically everything I own in this world. But what I'd like to do is I bought these expensive acrylic extrusions. That's that thing leaning up against Burn the Subs. I was going to try to use those to make some kind of a wall display that has LEDs in it and is addressable. And maybe I could use Touch Designer to make some kind of like a cool, you know, make it look like a complicated display. I've done stuff previously with Milk Drop, the old Winamp plugin, in order to run Milk Drop on LED panels that were spaced pretty far apart, and you got some really cool visuals out of it. But I don't have enough blank wall space that's on camera. You know, that's Burn the Subs is pretty much taking up the lion's share of that space. So I don't think I'm going to do something like that. I think what I'm going to do with these guys is try to find addressable LEDs for them and then hang them on cables as like a chandelier. I think that would be a cool looking, almost Deus Ex looking chandelier. But in terms of wall panels, I don't know if I'd go back and do the purple black. I like the look of the purple black. They're not doing anything that functional. You need deeper cones in order to capture a lot of reverberation. They at least make the room sound like there's something on the walls. You know, that's enough. If I were a real stickler about it, I would be doing my streams. If I were not doing workshop kind of, I gotta move the monitor window because it looks like I'm okay. That's much better. It looks like I'm not talking to you guys. It looks like I'm looking like at your boobs the whole time. Like chat's like my face is up here, bother. I don't know what's wrong with you. If I were to redo the walls in here, I don't know. I'm not sure what I'd do. I could do deeper panels, but if I were not doing a shop stream, if I weren't doing shop stream and I didn't have to work here, we would be doing this with bookshelves behind me because bookshelves, the audio is just pristine from bookshelves. Bookshelves give you a lot of randomization of the sort of the surfaces for the reflections, and it sounds good and it looks good. It looks a lot better than audio foam. But there are deeper audio foams and there are more expensive audio foams. You know, I think Tomato bought a $2,000 sound reflector behind him. What are you doing to your keyboard? Fucking nothing right now. I do say so myself. Fucking A, man. People will think you're even smarter. Yeah, with books behind you? Hell yeah. They're all like Mary Had a Little Lamb and like... You imagine doing a stream like that and all the books behind you are like Cliff's Notes and like just dumb stuff? I have a big book of circuits, and I think we need to do, like when Burn the Subs is running, I think we need to do a series where I just go to a random... It's like this fucking thick. It's like a reference book of electronic circuits, and I think we should do like a thing where I go through the book and find a circuit and we like do something stupid with it. So what am I doing to my keyboard? I mean, I got kind of sidetracked. We're trying to repair the keyboard based on stuff that I have in the shop. It's a Code 10 keyless. Code, in their infinite wisdom, decided to mux up, they decided to mix up where all the rows and the columns are on this thing and bring them back to the microcontroller. So I've done a significant amount of reverse engineering to figure out exactly what pins are where. And in order to run QMK, I have a PicoPi, which is a $4 microcontroller. We got a screen. This is the only part that I bought for this thing. I bought a screen for it. To be fair, I guess I didn't have to buy a screen for it. We could have used the screen that we got out of the glucometer, and then I wouldn't have bought a single thing in order to repair this. I'm kind of kicking myself that I didn't realize this sooner, because this could have been part of the project, is taking apart an old glucometer and getting the OLED screen from it and actually using it. Still, it would have been a lot more difficult having a component that we didn't know whether or not it would work hooked up to this microcontroller, because it took a little bit of troubleshooting to get the screen to work at all. So this is the methodology of what we're doing, and this is how a lot of these projects work, right? We start with the perforated prototyping board, and we vet out what technology works for our system. Now, I've done the reverse engineering with the rows and the columns just to see if it's even possible for me to get into all of this stuff and reverse engineer and take it over. It is possible to take it over. It's not going to be that big of a feat. So the next step is, how are we going to get all of the information from the rows and the columns? Well, typically with QMK, you just hook those rows and those columns up to the processor, right? But the problem is the Code keyboard is so discombobulated and there's so many buttons and there's so much bullshit that this thing actually has 8 rows and 18 columns. 8 plus 18 is it's 8 and 8 is 16, 36. That's 36 inputs. This thing has 20. Is that 36? 18, 8. No, it's 26. 20. I can listen. I've taken more math classes than I would blow your mind with the amount of math that I've actually studied in my day. I went all the way up to advanced matrix algebra stuff. And now I can't do addition because I sit on the other side of a camera. It's a sad, horrible tale. Anyway, put it in the calculator. I was about there. I could find eigenvalues by hand in 6 feet of snow. I just don't remember how. My brain. Okay, anyway, so yeah, it's 26. 26 for rows and columns, which means you can do a 10 keyless ANSI layout on the Pico Pi using QMK, but you'll be using every single input that it has available to it. It only has 26 GPIO. So I want a screen, just because if I'm going to do this to this keyboard, I want to have extra features. I want a screen. I want all the backlights. This is what is this? This is a monochromatic backlight. So I've replaced all the LEDs in this thing with orange, because it's orange. And then we've got 2 RGB LEDs right here, and then I want a screen. So that's going to take up more pins. Pins, you know, obviously are the ones and the zero out into the physical world that makes physical computing, my one true love, my beloved physical computing, work. So we need more pins. So in order to do that, we have to use muxes. Cameras are known to suck away brain power and memory. Oh my God, you should see the stuff that I don't remember. I need to use Chat Google often for stuff. Oh my God. Oh my God. It really makes you feel dumb, but then memorization is not the seat of intelligence. So anyway, what we need to use, Google, Chat Google. We need to use one of these things, and these are the ones that I happen to have on me. That was that whole explanation about the brain monitoring probe. These are pretty crazy little military radios. What? Battery-operated PABX audio signal routing. That's the thing, is that these are analog. These aren't digital muxes. I don't know what the performance is going to be like for these things. These are old. What's the copyright on this data sheet? For pricing and delivering and ordering, Maxim is not to be confused with Maxim Reality for the Prodigy. Maxim is the chip company that you use when you want to spend a little bit more to get exactly the ASIC that you want, right? Yeah, the Pico only is 26. 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyway, GP0, GP28. So it's 27? 27, and we're using 26. So there's 1 free pin. And if I do the thing where I combine some of the rows or some of the columns, it's 18, which doesn't leave me enough to control the lighting. So we gotta do something with muxes. And I could do 1 mux, and then I could put all the columns on there. Yeah, Maxim's the girly mag, yeah. Ooh, girly mags. Sarah Michelle Gellar. All right, 2002. So this is a 20-year-old, oh my God. It's a 20-year-old chip. 20 years old. Oh. This is the year I graduated high school. It belongs in a museum. You belong in a museum. I belong in a museum. All right. Anyway, according to the internet, I am a pile of dust that somehow gained sentience and went on the internet. Everybody's so fucking young. All right, anyway, Max 308, 309. Monolithic CMOS analog multiplexers. What you do is on these pins down here, you give it a number. So the enable pin turns on the chip and allows stuff to work. and then you give it like a 101, and then it'll close the switch for number 1, and that'll connect it to the common pin, and it only does 1 at a time. The Max 309 has 2 banks of 4 in it. We don't need that. So what we'll do is through our microcontroller, we're going to feed the numbers into this. We're going to make sure the chips are enabled, and then we will get an output over here. I don't know what the timing is like on these. There's like a switch closing time on it. A digital multiplexer would be a better chip to use here, but this is what I have. So we're going to use what I got, and we're going to see how it does or how it fails. Yeah, there's the 309. It's got 2 banks of the switches. So this is all like the interesting part about circuits is that once you get beyond all of the complicated mathematics and the book stuff, which is not that much to get by. You get voltage levels, you have timing and stuff like that. Once you get by that, it's a lot of little clever tricks. And these little clever tricks are kind of the fun part, is like, what if I put a logic gate in here? Or how about I switch that into this or that into that? So what we're going to be doing in terms of clever tricks is we are going to use this chip, first of all, to supply just power, which I think it works in this direction. Supply power to the rows, and then read the columns. But we're going to read the columns individually. So we'll have 2, and we'll start out with just these 2, this one and this one, to evaluate whether or not this works. that's kind of the important thing, is that we need to see whether or not it actually works in the first place at all. So what we'll be able to do is go through the columns with just this chip here, and then I can move this pin to the second one, and we can test out whether or not both of them work, and then we can build the real circuit. I have absolutely no idea what I'm going to use the display for. I'm going to have to look up what people do with the displays in order to see what kind of cute stuff I can put on the display. I don't know if I can put like just like whatever on there, probably just like a tilde, and maybe just like a readout of how often I'm typing. I don't know. I'm going to have it go to sleep though. I already have a numlock. I already have a numlock light. That's what this stuff is, you numlock. That's what these 2 are. So these will be on their own pins, I guess. Yeah, CPU temp. I don't need that. I have the Stream Deck that's doing all of that stuff. So, but yeah, I've got this is like numlock and caps lock right here, and then this is all the backlights. So anyway, that's basically what we're doing here. That's what we're doing. So let's get started on programming, because we need well, actually, let's do the hardware briefly, and then we'll jump into programming. I'll do hardware just so I can show I get a good thumbnail. You know, I want a good thumbnail on this stream. So what we need are 2 of the Max 308s, and because of that brain monitoring project that I did, I got a couple of these that are in surface mount flavor. So I got to get out the little surface mount breakouts. Oh, they're right over there. Cool. So that's the I2C port, the MPC. We're not using that. Apparently, I mean, the I2C thing, I2C is integrated circuit communications. It's a method by which one chip can communicate with another with just 2 lines, right? So this thing right here can enable us to connect all the rows and the columns on a digitally addressable device. Now, split keyboards do that, the ones where you have 2 different keyboards and they're connected by a wire. So we could potentially use that code and some of these in order to create the keyboard, and it could be just a digitally addressable thing. My problem with digitally addressable is that it's a little bit slower because you have a call and a response. So your microcontroller will send out a digital signal, and then the chip will go, oh, that's me, and then respond with another digital signal back. And that can be kind of slow. It can be kind of cringe. So what I'd like to do instead of that is I want the microcontroller to directly basically influence the chip, and then it gets back a similarly linear response. Now, in the actual keyboard, the way it works, when you have all the rows and the columns hooked up like that, it will put power on a line and then just get all the pins at once, which is so much faster. But if this is good enough for split keyboards, the muxing will be good enough for this, and I'll be able to finally use some of my Max 309s. And I can finally take Star Wars seriously. That's these guys. Where are they? Am I blind? Max 308. Bada bing. I think I have 309 somewhere too. I think they used a bunch of them. I mean, I got the I2C mux, but that's not what we're talking about. So I need a bunch of these. I got plenty of these circuits because of that project that I worked on. Yeah, the output of the mux is analog. These are analog muxes, so I don't know. There might be a little bit of noise. I might need to put like a capacitor and a resistor on it. But the point is, and the point of this whole stream is that we try. We're gonna try for it. We're gonna give it a shot. Give it our best. And that way, I will be utilizing some of these sort of excess of parts that are sitting around the shop. So we're going to hook up 2 of these. I'm going to hook up 2 of these because we need to iterate through the rows. We know for a fact that muxing the rows are fine. We know that works just fine. So that's the first thing that we need to implement. And we only have 2 buttons here. So how? This thing is as scratchy as my freaking puppy. One of my dog's new favorite games is to dig at my leg and then start biting my leg. She's teething. She's just starting teething. Fuck Yoda, we're trying here. Please don't do that to Yoda. All right, let's see. I need something that'll take the Max 309, which is a dip. What'd you just call me? So that would be a dip socket, and I think I'm out of them. I think I've run out of those. I don't think I have them anymore in this. We can make our own boards, though. We don't need these. I'm not buying any of these anymore. These are good if you're just starting out with surface mount and you got a bunch of different chips that you want to like utilize. You want to put in like a lot of researchers use these to like very quickly. Like if I had something that had a lot of op amps in it, this one is specifically made. You guys can't see it. Hold on. This one is specifically made so that you can do all the op amp filters on it. And then you can plug it into a perforated board and run that whole thing. So you can have like your surface mount hardware in the end, and it'll do what you want. Like this one too. This is one of the ones that I just showed you. This one has like power stuff on it too, so you can run all your like input filters and stuff actually in surface mount. Like if you have a little tiny voltage regulator that needs a big coil, you can kind of wire it all up on these things and have a little compact module that you plug into your test setup so that you know if any of your surface mount stuff is going to explode, if it's going to fucking explode when you hook it up. But then again, these existed in a world where the $5 circuit board did not. Nowadays, you can design in your choice of CAD flavoring whatever printed circuit board you want with whatever patterning you want, and you can get a fuck ton of these things for like $1 each. So these are way too expensive now to justify. They're completely pointless now in this day and age. Technology has moved on. Yeah, these are useless. I can't use them. I can't use them. This is as close as I would get. Is this big ol' SO14 jobby. I used to have ones for the surface mount chips for these guys, but I think I used them all up like immediately. Yeah, this has got a bunch of other surface mount stuff on it too. We don't need all that, though. I really just need the SO size. And when you get into the specialty sizes, these are good because, like, SO14 is, like, really easy to put on a 0.1-inch circuit board. These aren't. Like, these sizes are not. That's where these come into handy. Come in handy. Come into handy? No. No. Don't. Ugh. I can't say that on Twitch. What's wrong with me? Yes. Okay, yeah. Yeah, none of these are gonna work. None of these are gonna work. So we gotta make it on our own. We gotta make it. We're fighting for our lives out here, chat. Let's make it on some of this circuit board. And I'll get closer. Don't worry about focus right now. Ah, yes, my normal, vibrant, and lively chat. This out of the way. All right. So I got a bunch of these things. Bunch of different types of, like, perforated boards. But we need 2 multiplexers that are going to go out to a whole bunch of pins. And I really wish I did have some of those dip breakouts. Oh, Jesus Christ. chat is just popping off. I'll never be able to keep up with it. Oh, I almost lost the chip. I swear, I've got something that I can use to break out these chips, because this is going to be a pain in the butt to configure. Because if I did like, just like that, with a row on either side, and then I could, I mean, it would be chip. Yeah, we'll just make our own. We're not going to, no, we're live bugging. This is my own method. We'll live bug these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's really only 8 pins on one side, huh? Wait, how does it... Oh, yeah, because there's the common pin, and there's all the banks. Okay, so we need 16. I think we can get away with doing exactly 16. So let me, I think I can cut out of this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You son of a bitch. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18. So we can cut it right there. I'll just pop this whole thing off. And then I need to do 4. Okay, so we cut it right here. This is one of the 500 uses that I have for this pair of wire strippers. Is the initial cuts on circuit boards that I'm using to prototype with. You guys get cheated? What? Why? I heard it. I think. You didn't hear those? I heard them perfectly well. Yeah, they were right here. I don't know. I was counting at the time. I mean, need I remind you that the farts are not guaranteed. They're based on the microphone, so if I'm muted, you're not going to hear the farts. But I heard them. Yeah, see? Things perfectly functional. All right, so get it close. Get the cuts close. And then I'm going to use a file to clean them up. And make the edges of this thing smooth. And then we're going to put a piece of Kapton tape in the middle. Kapton tape is low residue. Leaves very little residue behind. And handles the temperature of soldering. And well, that's about it. It's sticky enough. It survives the temperatures of soldering, and it electrically masks things. So we use it a lot here, this Kapton tape. It's probably terrible for the environment, but whatever, we're not using a lot of it. Yeah, those are all coming through, so I don't know why you didn't hear it. What? Huh? Oh, that was the wrong. I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button. You know, you've been doing it wrong all your life. I was about to ask if somebody made perf board cutters. I mean, you can get a variety of different types of shears that will also cut it. I mean, this is just a sheet of fiberglass. But, I mean, I use these guys. How different is a keyboard from an IED? I actually cannot tell you. I'm not allowed to answer that question for the goddamn sure. I mean, Jesus Christ. What policies do you think Twitch has on fucking bomb making, idiot? All right. This, not, and the other thing. Last thing I need is some of the people that I know showing up at my fucking door. Actually, I don't know anybody from the ATF. They're probably the ones that would show up and shoot my dog. So let's not have that happen. Just trying to even out the edges and make them nice and smooth. Yeah, it wasn't improvised. I planned the whole thing. I had a script and everything. No, sir. I know stuff that'll curdle your milk that you've poured into a cereal bowl before pouring the cereal in. I ain't talking about it. I ain't never talk about it. It was funny because at the time I was working partially with Hackaday, writing articles, and I was telling the person there, the social media person at the time, about it, and they had absolutely no idea what the hell. Like, they were just like, "Cool, okay, no worries." I'm like, what? What? I'm like, I'm posting in a blog about electronics. They're like, "Yeah, okay." They had no idea. They kind of approved of what I was doing without without any protest. I don't know if they knew what I was talking about or something. It was very weird. It was a very weird meeting that I had. Because I'm like, I gotta declare this stuff, because, you know, you're not allowed to be posting shit to social media without them knowing about the accounts and stuff. There was a whole form that I had to fill out at the time. I wasn't streaming on Twitch then. Streaming was something that I'd always been planning to do, but I never got around to, just because I had other stuff going on. And then I got fired. And then I spent all of my money that I was going to use to buy a house on health insurance. And now I'm a sad, sorry individual on a public health plan with no job, but I can stream, so we'll have fun with that. Well, you're part of the military. No, I was part of a contractor. One of the contractors that a lot of people know about. A lot of people know about. And then eventually we got underbid on that project, and other contractors moved in, and I moved on. I went to a different gig that was tracking devices. I didn't leave myself enough room. Shit. The whole thing is bupkis. God damn it. We gotta start over. Studied chemistry, and the explosive lessons was removed from curriculum for the same reason. Oh my god. Well, the explosive people were hilarious to hang out with, because they were all talking about, they're like, the people who handle the explosives at the bureau are pretty crazy people. They're fun to hang out with. I helped them put together sandbags for a thing we were working on, and on the range. And it was like, they had the agent friend of mine sign off on the explosives, and it was supposed to be 60 pounds of commercial grade. And he's like, how many? Wait a minute. The number was a lot larger than what it was supposed to be. And they were like, whatever. That was a fun day. All right, so that's 2 headers on there. We need to give myself enough room to actually run the wires out of our two muxes, our mux and our demux. Mux into mux. Measure once, do it over twice. You shut your fucking fly hole. All right, let's see here. We could, oh. Stupid thing, there are no pins right there. That's what I needed. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll do all the way down to here. I'll go all the way to here. Make the cut right there. So I use the holes initially so that I can have a perforation that this crack will follow. And then I trim it again just to get rid of the half holes that are left behind. So we're going right up here. Oh god, I lost count. Hold on, wait. It's the 4th. It's the cops, run! All right, there we go. Trim it close-ish, and then I'll file it smooth. Whoa! That made like a whistling noise when I cut it. It went whew. At some point, we will be able to do a puppy stream, but not yet. I don't think she's ready for down here. She has a playpen that she likes, so I could possibly have her in the playpen down here hanging out with us. She sleeps around this time of the day, though. So, I mean, I would love to do, you know, puppy stream, because I would certainly get a lot of, views just from the all content, but not yet. This isn't exactly a safe environment for a puppy. I need to like vacuum everything, like sweep the floors and do all that stuff. Hell, it's not even a safe environment for an RC car. Which, by the way, we got to get to those. I have an an all-wheel drive RC car that a friend of mine dropped off from one of those free, I don't know if it was Facebook Marketplace or if it was like Yahoo or something like that. Like the free cycling people, the people who recycle stuff and give it out. It's an older RC car, but Short Lurker, fellow you may be familiar with, he linked me to a video of just some guy running it at 100 miles an hour. And it's an older video, and it's an older RC car, and the stuff in the RC car right now is older. And so if we put modern stuff in there, I wonder what it would be like. I wonder if we'd be able to get 100 friggin' miles an hour out of that thing. That'd be a lot of fun. Then there's the miniature RC car that we need to do the modeling on and stuff like that. I got so many projects that we need to get to. This one just sort of organically cropped up because I can't be helped, and I have to have a glass of iced tea when I'm working on my computer. Take a wild fucking guess. 100 miles an hour in metric. Yeah, that's what that is. That's what that is in metric. You have like a GPS strap to it. How's the BTS project going? It is sitting right next to me right now. It's actually right here. We have the 3D model that I want to use for this thing. We need to get it on the back platen and finish doing all of this hardware. So I want all the pinouts, just like in my 3D printer, I want all the pinouts of Burn the Subs to go to a DB connector. A DB connector and then two tubes. And I don't know if I can do cutoffs on the tubes because I want to be able to remove all of the electronics so that we can work on them. That once we get all that hardware laid out, then we can start figuring out all the software in it. And compared to this stuff, it's going to be a lot easier. Compared to a keyboard, Burn the Subs is going to be a cakewalk. We already have all the modules that we need in order to run all the XY stuff, right? All we need to do is figure out the API for Clipper in order to get the instructions into Clipper, and that's all going to be internal to the Raspberry Pi. So Clipper is going to be running off of the Raspberry Pi, and it'll be sending instructions to a very much overpowered 32-bit controller on this thing. And we'll have the TMC drivers on it and everything, and we'll actually be able to tune it properly. Because remember, I don't know how much you remember about the previous project, Milky Ways, but man alive, this fucking thing, the TMC drivers in the other version of Burn the Subs were not tuned properly. They were very much not tuned properly. So these will be. I had like tons of steps per movement, and that just is not necessary. You still get the resolution without having that many ones and zeros responsible for the movement of the board. That may have been where some of the problems came from. In addition to that, we need to design and print some end stops. I need end stops that aren't going to settle or move at all, because we're going to be using the overdrive or whatever it is, words hypnotize, words memorize, words make my mouth exercise, words all fail the magic prize. What we're going to do is we're going to use the end stop function of these, where it actually just runs the gantry into a solid thing instead of using switches, and that way I don't have to run wires everywhere. We just have the one big wire thing that goes all the way back to the gantry, which will also include tubes. These tubes have gotten disgusting. I really need to wash out all these tubes. I have so many things that I need to do, and I can't get them done. I can't get them done. All right, so now I have room to solder the chips. So let's get the headers soldered here. Let's do some skillful but small soldering work. This is the stuff that I should be emphasizing on this stream. All this little micro soldering that I'm capable of doing. It's where, you know, everybody can see that I have a surgeon's hands. They're in a jar. Look at that perfect view that we have of everything going on. Wow. Okay. Yoink. And then let's close that up a little bit. Oh, that's too much a little bit. Get some nice looking visuals here. We'll zoom out a little bit. We don't need to be that close. Why does that look so washed out? Hold on one sec. Setup, microscope procedure. Yes. Hello? Okay, it didn't do anything. What's the color temperature at on this thing? Okay, hold on. It should be 4300. 4300 is a nice, slightly warm white. There we go. A little bit of the exposure. Open that up a little bit. Then we go no low light compensation because we have a lot of light by design. The gain's all the way up at 255. What the fuck? The thing hasn't been like working properly. 33. Yeah, see, there's a little bit of warmth in there. The zooming was a little trippy. There we go. Something's been bugged out about my auto tuning, my auto setup for the camera. This is actually, it could be a little brighter than that, but that's too bright. Take it right there. Because that's about what it looks like. I mean, yeah. Son of a bitch. How long has this been messed up? Fess up! Whose fault is it? All right, there we go. That's what it should look like. God, this is this perforated board is kind of filthy. Not the perforated, I mean the breadboard. A little bit filthy. A little bit filthy. We'll move this to the vise in just a second. I'm gonna do the header soldering here. What tip do we have on here? Not the mama. I don't want that one. Do this so you guys can see thermals as well. This, according to thermals, this is cool. So I shouldn't have that much problem when I actually touch the... Ah! No, it's fine. It's cool. All right, so let's get this thing on here. Let's get one of these things. We'll use the normal, the tip that I really like. That's the good one. This one is a workhorse when it comes to this size of soldering. Solder versus solder. I'm from the Northeast. I say solder. And you guys learn to deal with it. Fortunately, my shadow hits the thing here. There, really? That was like the lamest joke ever. I probably would make a similar noise, but... Oh yeah, and I also have to turn on the iron. Boop. Watch it heat up. Yoink. Nice and hot. That's why we have so many watts on the soldering iron. I found my solar panel from Burning Man. Tried to use the solar panel to run one of those little Peltier refrigerators for my insulin, but it's only a 5-watt solar panel, so it really didn't do... It was supposed to like charge the little battery during the day, and then the battery would run the fridge. I think I ended up just putting my stuff in a plastic bag and then putting it in the ice cooler with all the drinks. Because it's, man, it just didn't work. But I have that solar panel. It's a 5-watt solar panel. It's not that great. It's like something that you would put on your car to keep the battery from discharging in the off season. I don't know what I can do with it now. During the winter, my dad has a little like booth that he puts his plants in to keep them from freezing. And so he'll run like a 40-watt light bulb in that booth. I'm wondering if I could charge the battery with the solar panel. I don't have the battery anymore. I have a lithium-ion battery, though. I wonder if I could charge that battery with the solar panel and then run like a little low-wattage heater overnight. I don't think it's going to be enough energy, though. I refuse to pronounce the L. That's your own prerogative, but I do not subscribe. I would like to unsubscribe from the pronounce the L in solder. Oh, wait, no, I do subscribe. Hold on, wait a minute. No, renew my subscription, yeah. Why the heck would you do that? Because it fucking freezes here during the winter, and it is a pain in the ass to move this one plant in and out of the house constantly. So the solution is to leave it outside, and just when it gets cold out, that little light bulb will keep it from freezing. I know, I got reverse psychologied, I guess. I didn't think about it. I responded before my brain would think about the L. Maybe I'm distracted. Plus L plus ratio. I got ratioed by my own chat. My own chat member ratioing me. Can you believe it? What a world. What a world we live in. I don't even know if I'm going to use the holes on this. I think what I'm going to do is just lay Captain down on the whole thing, and then I'll just run... I'll run little pieces of wire wrap wire out to the pins. But we're going to glue down the chips. Well, actually, we can avoid gluing down the chips if we solder the ends of the chips. And then we'll mask everything else. Maybe? I don't know. Hold on. I'll get the chips down here and we'll see what happens once I'm done soldering this. Those who are new to soldering, you can see how I'm doing it. There's a little trick sometimes that they won't teach you, which is when you go like this and you go to the other side of the pin, sometimes there's not enough heat. In this case, there is because there's a lot of rosin running around, but sometimes you don't get that heat, so you have to kind of prime it a little bit and just give it a little bit of solder, and then that allows for a better contact area and the heat gets in there faster. And then once you've got the solder to flow over the pin, you hold the heat there for just a second or two in order to let the whole pin, the entirety of the pin, get to that temperature so the solder flows in and it sort of does the surface area thing. It's supposed to be a concave, not convex like they are here, but you know, you can't help it. This is fine. There's no cold joints on them or anything. But what you're looking for is for that wet look. I think it's W-H-E-T, maybe wet W-E-T, probably. But you're looking to make sure that that solder is flowing into all the metal instead of just sitting on top of it. Chippy thingies. I've been meaning to watch Enter the Florpus for a little while. I have not gotten there with the Invader Zim stuff. I think I saw a thread that was talking about Invader Zim. I used to love that show, but I don't think it aged very well. I think the random humor did not really make it past the 2000s, did it? Haha, so random, only had so many miles on it, you know? We probably are going to have to glue these down. Going to have to glue them back together in hell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right there. So that's got to go here. I mean, I could mask the middle and then run those two pins, barely reach out. And you could also do every other if you really want to get fancy with it, because every other pin has a loop to go into. This is why I had the square pads, because the square pads would match up to stuff a little better than this. Do like this, do 2 per. No, 2 per. Okay, so we're gonna mask the whole thing. I'm just gonna lay down the captain on the whole thing, and then we'll super glue the 2 chips into place, because we have to. Because we must. So this will electrically insulate all of those holes, which is a little unfortunate. Maybe I can unmask the holes that'll that will anchor down the chip, and then I can just solder those. Jonah Vasquez, yeah, I've read JTHM cover to cover. Julian was a big fan. Wait, he was doing Pop-Tart commercials? I didn't see that. But yeah, I think the downfall, unfortunately, of Zim was that they couldn't find a place for it. It was sort of it was as awkward as its audience in terms of age group and maturity and all that stuff. As awkward as its audience, and it just didn't really fit in with Nickelodeon. I mean, one of the best episodes was Zim collecting organs, and it was a legitimate horror. And Jonan Vasquez loves that space. He is also I think he cited that he is not pleased with working with executives on things. So I read JTHM. I'm not a huge fan of it. Not a huge fan of it. I didn't mind it. And also, his humor has aged. It's aged quite a bit. This is kind of dark. I can't see. Not the subject matter. I just mean it's dark, as in I can't see what I'm doing. I can't. There's stuff in the way. I can't move it. Ah! I think I just broke the tip off of this thing. I don't know. retrace all the way down to here. Bada bing. And then on the edge. And then on the edge. That's just going to mask everything so that we don't short out our board by trying to run all the pins out. This is the way we do it when we don't have one of those adapters. I would like to have adapters for the dips, but I think we've used them all up. And I think I can buy more. I'll have to look them up. But this is our solution in the meantime, because we got to use the stuff we have on hand. I have too much stuff, and I need to use it up. I run the soldering iron at 650F. We should replace the screen in my soldering iron so it's actually visible on camera. Well, okay, so this is a derivative of deadbug. Deadbugging is when you glue the chip upside down and you run wires out of the pins. I find it confusing, just as confusing and annoying as through-hole electronics are. Through-hole electronics is when, obviously, your pins go through holes. I don't know where they come up with this stuff, but the confusing part about through-hole is that you're doing all your work on the opposite side of the circuit board, and as such, it is easy to confuse what pin is where. And so to avoid that inevitability, that eventuality, that's what I'm looking for. In order to avoid that eventuality, what I do is I put the chips right side up, and then I work with them from there. So that's what we're going to do. With the chips right side up, it means the pin numbers are the pin numbers. We don't have to flip it over, double check ourselves, redouble check ourselves, etc. So it's always like, what pin was that? We need to clean up this vise, by the way. I need to put this into a salt solution and do a little electric derusting. I did vinegar last time, and that worked just fine. So this thing right here, this is a vise. This is a miniature precision vise that came from a machine shop. So there's absolutely no certification about how precise this thing is. If you want to use the same tools that I use, and you want to buy them, you would have to find a Palgren miniature machining precision vise. It's a $600 buy. Don't do it. Just don't do it. There's plenty of tools to hold circuit boards. Namely, if you can find old stuff. Looks like there's like little specks underneath this. There's little like specks of dirt underneath this. We're just going to leave it. So, you know, don't necessarily do what I do. The reason that I use the miniature vise is that with the way that I work, it's nice to add a whole bunch of inertia to the thing that you're soldering to. Some people like to have it completely locked down. Some people like those little lobster claw things that you see in every fucking Hollywood thing about somebody's doing electronics work in Hollywood. They show one of those little positioning grabby hand things. I don't like those. I don't think they hold on to stuff very well, and I think that they scratch circuit boards professionally. This method that I have here is just what I love. It's what I'm used to. So, 4 and 4, that's the center. This has to sit in the middle of that. So 4, 1, 2. This has to be here. Okay, tweezers. Jeez. Okay, I lost it. How can I do that? I mean, I could uncover this and then solder to that, but I need to make sure that it's only half, because it literally sits so that 2 pins to a hole, and that's not going to work. I think they're called helping hands mostly. See, I'm like trying to avoid using glue. And if I do that, then what I can do is cut here, but then that needs to connect to there. Yeah, that's not going to work. So we're just going to have to roll with it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then that's the middle. So that's got to go all the way there. That has to go there. Yeah, we can't. We got to do it like this. Half pads? Well, no, because then I'm restricting. I am restricting. Hold on. My connection from here to here has to go from half of this pad to here. Plus, these are plated. They have little like platings on the inside. So I'd have to like cut all the way in and under and around. Doesn't really work. The stuff I like to use is, let me see if I got a piece of it. I don't know what happened to all of it. I need to order more. It's single-sided, and this is it. Some of it. single-sided with square pads. So if you put surface mount resistors on these square pads, they just go between the little gap. And then you don't have to worry about any other connections. Which I mean, these I could cut in half, but it would be painstaking. It would be very annoying. So we'll just do this. We'll just glue these down. I'll just glue these down. I get my super glue. I constantly have to grate my teeth at these Reddit fucking posts where everybody thinks they're so smart and they buy this stuff. Perf board is so expensive for what it is. It depends on where you get it. This stuff is pretty cheap, but it's also, I don't like it. But the square hole stuff, if you find it, like if you try to buy it from DigiKey, it's ridiculous. But if you buy it from like, you know, like Alibaba or something like that, it can be a lot cheaper and easier to find. Everybody gets all their panties all up in a bunch about this fucking super glue. You know, this stuff, this is Loctite super glue. It's not, you know, it's not, yeah. But this is super glue, and it's in an applicator housing. And for some reason, people think that the applicator housing is an open vessel, the entire volume of it, and that not having it be an open vessel is a deception. Whereas I actually really like this stuff. First of all, because I don't have a fucking like metal tube that's going to explode and get super glue all over my hands. I can actually use super glue for a small job and not end up with hard spots on my fingers or you know, the bottom of my fingernail sticking to my finger. This has been a huge step in that. Every time I've used super glue leading up to whatever year this stuff was first introduced, every time I've used super glue, you have a hard spot on your finger, or you have, you know, super glue under a fingernail. I hate it. I hate that. This stuff has the gel properties, so it's not going to run everywhere like cyanoacrylate would. And this thing helps you utilize, the little pincers here, helps you utilize all the glue in the tube. So these last longer than just an open tube. And the metal doesn't break. So like, yeah, and I mean, the 30.14 ounces, it's right there. It tells you how much is in it. It is one tube of super. I don't know why people are dumb. Americans thought that the third-pound burger was smaller than the quarter-pounder because it had a smaller number on it. Like, but I see it constantly in Reddit posts, and it just drives me bonkers. Everybody thinks, oh, they're so, whoa, that's so deceptive. It's like, they're not deceiving you. They've just included an applicator that is a universally better thing. Yeah, surface mount hand soldering. We need multiplexers, hardware on board, and then we got to get to the programming, which is going to be an entirely new set of befuddling things. The 256th pound patty. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's not even the right view. What is that view? All right. So I'm live bugging these. Dead bugging is when you glue these things upside down. This is live bugging. Live bugging is when I glue it right side up. That way, it's, you know what the pins are, you know what the chip is, because it's named on top, and all the pins are numbered the way that they should be. This thing has sealed itself. This is no longer super glue. This is now an inert tube of former glue. Actually, that still moves, so never mind. Hold on. Hold on a minute. I just need to unseat the cap. I haven't used this in a little while. There it is. Hey, the cap even works pretty well. I mean, come on. There's so many good things about this applicator. I don't know why people are poo-pooing it constantly. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the center. Ah, jeez, hold on. That's where one of them's gonna sit. I gotta get the tweezers properly situated, which means I gotta get a finger right there, because this is what I'm gonna use to open the tweezers up, since this is overextending them. So since it's overextending them, what I do is I press my middle finger in between the two, and when I let go, it's locked in. And when I press it back in, it'll unlock and let go of the chip. Bada bing. Now we got a couple seconds before this stuff sets. So I'm just gonna squish it around a little bit. Just try to get that centered. Oh, it's starting to set. It's starting to set. It's happening. We were too late. I usually like to have one of the pads soldered, and that way it holds it a little better, but it just didn't work out for this. Yeah, I can live with that. I mean, it's a little off, but whatever. Good. Okay, next one. 1, 2, 3, 4. It goes there. So dead bugging would be the opposite side of the chip being glued down, which is dumb because then you can't read the part number or anything. And if you're dead bugging, you're doing exactly the same work that I'm doing here. So why not do it this way? I mean, the only advantage that dead bugging has over live bugging is that hold on, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. That needs to be that. The only advantage dead bugging has over live bugging is you don't have to put down a layer of Captain to insulate. But the layer of Captain is like not that much more work. So, and it's worth solving the confusion part. I can't nudge it this way because that part of the thing hardened. Why are you doing this? Stop it. Stop messing with me. All right, so now we wait for the glue to set. And here you are praising the Loctite. I knew that would happen. I knew if anything at all wrong went, you guys got to understand what it's like to be out here. I'm fighting for my fucking life out here, chat. You got to understand what it's like out here. As the streamer, like if you say something, immediately everybody focuses in on that thing and tries to find the opposite of what you said by example of what you do. And so if you say you don't like a movie because its characters weren't good, and then you say you don't like a movie because the characters were something, they go, aha, I got you, right? Like two different movies, two different, slightly different opinions that might slightly contradict. Oh, I didn't like this character because they were kind of shallowly written. Oh, I kind of like how shallow this movie was because it was just a mindless kind of fun thing. But you said, so like when I say I really like product, which I'm not endorsed, nobody's paying me to say I like this thing. I actually genuinely like this stuff. And I go, oh no, I can't get the cap off. Suddenly it's, I got you, streamer. I got you. I got you. You're inconsistent. You're contradictory. I got you. And it's like, it doesn't change my opinion on it. I mean, the cap came off in the end, and I was able to use it just fine. So that's why I love this stuff. I mean, it works pretty goddamn well compare it to using a metal tube super glue that like explodes, and like I've felt at the bottom of these things, right? I've never had one of these explode and leak all over the place. A liver version of Twitter. Oh, just in the contradictory thing. I guess I see it on YouTube more than anything. Captain Tape. Yeah, that would be a weird superhero. Captain Tape, however, is the villain. The cool but yet slightly relatable villain. I think I'm going to need a sharper iron tip to get to these. This is still rather compact for what it is. All right, so let me get wire. So the wire that I'm using is Fatanon. I'm not using Fatanon as wire. Sorry, that's me just seeing Fatanon subbing. Fatanon subbing at tier 3. Jesus Christ, dude. Thank you for the tier 3. That's like a bunch of different subs at once. Fatanon subbing with tier 3 for 43 months. That is money that goes into my pocket as well as Jeff Bezers's, but I really appreciate coming out here and subbing. But imagine if Fatanon was actually wire. I'd rather not. This is wire wrapping wire. Wire wrapping is when you have square pin headers, like what I have on the bottom of these things. Those square pin headers originated from wire wrapping, which is where you would have a chip that goes into a socket, and the socket has these square headers. And I know that seems very basic to you guys, but let me finish. So these square headers are interesting because what you would use is some iteration of, where did it go? There it is. Some iteration of this tool. This tool, this little Radio Shack tool, I actually ordered it on Amazon, and it came in Radio Shack packaging. This little tool looks a lot like a screwdriver. What it's designed to do, you can see here by the features that it has. Now it has a slit through the side that has a little tiny hole in it. And then there's something in it. Hold on. What is that? Get out of there. Get out of my wire wrap tool. What the hell are you? A little piece of tape or something. What is that? One sec. I gotta fish this thing out. I don't even know what the fuck it is. What is this? Get out of here. Stuck in there. I need to use a pin tool to get it out. There it is. I got it. Okay, so in the end of this thing, what you have is you have a center hole. You have a center hole, and then you have an offset hole up here, that little D-shaped jobby up there. Center hole and an offset hole, and what happens is you put your wire wrap wire through there and up this slot, and then you put this on the square header and spin it, and it will very tightly wrap a little coil of wire around that square pin. And so on the interface between the square part of the pin and that round wire coming in and contacting it, it will actually deform the metal a little bit and create a cold weld, which creates a very, very good electrical connection. So wire wrapping is interesting because it was pre-surface mount electronics, but it allowed an incredible density because you could have multiple wires connecting to one post. And the posts for surface mounting, the posts for wire wrapping are much longer. They go out to like here, and even longer sometimes. All right, what the hell's going on upstairs? Sounds like somebody's like dragging a body. Somebody is dragging a body. All right, I need a finer iron tip, I believe, in order to work with this. I guess I could make this work. Yeah, we can make this. Well, no, I'll switch tips. I'll switch tips. Switch it to tips. So we're gonna go to. Yeah, we'll use the one we were using the other day. Use this one. Get this out of there. It's got a quick tip change. This is a professional soldering iron. Willow killed someone. Oh my god, we gotta hide the body. Oh my god, she's too young. She can't go back into the system. Should I use the smaller solder? I'm gonna use the smaller solder. I might switch my reel up to the smaller stuff now. I'm starting to get used to the smaller solder. I never finished fixing the reel from yesterday. I thought I was gonna do that on my own. I've had no time. No time. Use my slightly smaller solder for this. Yeah, look at that. So much more agile in these applications. All right. So let's get a little bit of solder on the wire first so that it connects properly. And we gotta do all of these. So VOD users, skip to another streamer. This will just take us a minute. You guys got any weird questions? The weird questions are always when I'm trying to concentrate on stuff. But once we finish this one, once we finish this, we'll get to the programming, which will be equally tedious, but we'll at least be able to get through that pretty well. I think I need to pre-solder the pins too. So I'll lay down a little bit of heat on these. I don't want to put too much heat into the chip, not because I'll be breaking the chip, but because I'll be breaking the glue. And we're out of focus again? Get a little closer. Do, 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 do. There we go. I always think of when we zoom in like that and everything goes out of focus, it reminds me of a Christmas special, and at the same time an Orbital song from one of their albums that had this transition that was very British sounding, which I guess is all of their music. Yeah, stay tuned. I can smell a little bit of glue when I do that. Yeah, you can smell the baking cyanoacrylate when you do this. The only problem with this method is that we've super glued a chip down and now we're heating it up. And the one thing super glue doesn't really appreciate is heat. I need to get my angle right. That's a little close, isn't it? In it, governor. Governor. A little close. Let's get over here. There we go. I'll move the camera a little closer so you guys can see my hand positioning a little bit more. I think the important part about soldering is hand positioning. I think that's one of the more unemphasized. It's something that you don't see a lot of these tech internet people stressing. They don't tell you about hand positioning and stuff. And I think that's one of the most important things to soldering, because you're trying to steady any sort of tendency your hand has to shaking. Yeah, see, technically, I guess I could have gone out to there and then soldered that down on the thing, but that's all right. That's all right. We'll just deal with it. Now, I get the same exact view that you guys get when I solder. I am looking at exactly what you guys are looking at. The magnification and stuff like that is part of, I mean, I worked really hard on this when I just started streaming. I researched a lot of stuff that I could do and ended up with a really, really good system. Oh, this is going to be tough, actually. This is actually going to be very tough because I've got to get multiple pins. I guess, well, this one has to sneak in there. Yeah, it's just going to have to be very, very close. What I can do is, I think I can just bend the end. I'll just do it with the tweezers, like grab it with the tweezers and then give it a little right angle tweak. Just come straight off of that pin and just ignore, just get really, really close to the second pin. This is actually very difficult. This is very difficult. Hold on a minute, I can figure this out. Problem being that I have to do it with every single one. So I can't do that, because that uses up too much space. Actually, yes, I can. Yes, I can. I can use up that much space. I can, because I'm a big boy, and I can do what I want. I'm a big boy. I can do whatever I want. I'm not going to cry. I could do that, but I don't want to do that. I can do it. I don't want to. I don't want to cover them with tape because then this will be a giant layer sandwich of tape. You know, I could use thinner wire. I could do any of 1,000 different things in order to make this work. But I think the best thing is just going to be very, damn it, I don't want to melt my solder. Just be very clever with the one layer that I have. Just keep it clean. The cleaner it is, the easier it is to figure out what's going on and work on it and use it in the future. If we ever mux and demux something again, which I don't doubt we will. Every single connection is an excruciating amount of effort. I could have done like a 45-degree angle on that one. But what I'll be able to do is just sneak over here with this one. That'll be nice and easy. Gotta remember that both pin locations are moving as I move through this thing. So the tough ones are just between this one and this one. And that overrun that ain't gonna happen. I'm gonna get rid of that. Let's do that right now before I forget. Lest you forget. Yo, 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 yo. Why is all of the electronic music of the early 2000s always rattling around in my fucking head? They're freaking like fighting off basement jacks. What's wrong with me? You know, we've looked into that. There's a lot of like quote unquote knowledgeable people that would tell you that you need a 45-degree angle because of the way that the electrons move through the copper traces and stuff. And they've found that all of it is just splitting hairs. It's all just splitting hairs. None of it matters. Just as long as your electrons get to where they're going to. Even when and it takes like, you have to get up into like some really high RF frequencies in order for that to matter. Like really high RF frequencies. Pretty insane. And you know, people, even now, if I mention it, people will fight me on it. Because there's multiple different reasons why circuit boards have 45-degree angles. But the principal reason that circuit boards have 45-degree angle traces is because it looks good, and that's it. You know, somebody actually did do the science. But even people in my own chat today, if I start talking about it with authority, will argue with me about that. And all of the different arguments will come up in chat. But again, we've disproven them. We've seen the articles. I know curved traces look really good, actually. If you do them right, curved traces are really cool. Curved swords. That's true. People just argue to argue, and it's what I was talking about before too, with the whole, you know, streamer said something, but I caught them. I caught you, streamer. You said something contradictory. Or the thing you said is good did something bad, streamer. I got you. It's like, what? Wrong pin. Ah, son of a bitch. You're right. You're right, you're right, you're right. Well, that's why we do it this way, without the layer sandwich, because it's easy to see your mistakes. I probably would have gotten all the way to the end before noticing that. Board house today will not care. Yeah, that's again, like I said, people will argue it, even if I just casually mention it. That's not the reason. None of the reasons hold up anymore. And the ones that related to signaling and how the electricity moves within the trace, those don't hold up either. Believe it or not. I'm walking on air. DMC. Arguing just to argue is really the internet? Yeah. That is true. All right, I'm getting a rhythm here. As long as I can keep this rhythm going, we can get through this pretty quickly. This is the kind of stuff that I kind of should do as homework. But then again, working with our hands on a Friday and soldering stuff is where it's at. We don't have to use our brains, and then we'll call upon the programming chads to help us with the multiplexing later, because that's going to be a pain in the ass. The thing is, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this on my regular reel, because this is pissing me off. We're going to try thinner solder on the reel. Totally breaks up all my momentum, but I don't have a 2-solder reel. I would love to get another one of these, but who can work when you have such a cute puppy? Dude, don't even start with me on that, because you were right. I also, like, she's very involved right now. Like, I have to watch her during a lot of my off time, so I haven't had a lot of time to do the homework. I can only do so much from my tiny little phone screen with my diabetic fucking eyes. So I have trouble keeping up with stream content right now. Things are going to be a little slow. Where did my Captain tape go? I've totally lost it. I had to reuse a piece of tape. Find out if the same people are arguing against 90-degree turns have no issues at all about through holes, even though they're 90-degree turns as well. Yeah. I don't know. What about the flags, the little things that go into the pins? One of the things that I'm mostly like super jealous about KiCad for are those plugins that people have made, because people, like with KiCad, they'll just spin off a little function that'll do all that work for them. Like, it'll do all the cool stuff that I would love to be able to do, like curving your traces or using Toper. Toper's one of the ones that I really wish that I could get a plugin for on Fusion. I like Fusion too much, and it makes too nice of three-dimensional boards for me to switch at the moment. But like being able to do, oh god, that's really squeaky. Being able to do those little features that KiCad implements would be very nice. I wish I could like throw the PCB design into KI to do those things, but oh well. Oh well, we gotta live without them. I hate this. I'm gonna have to fix that. I gotta fix that. We're going to try the uber thin solder in this thing. See what that does. We'll see how it does. I need to like clean this thing up or figure out how to make another one. I should have two of these. One for the thin solder, one for the thick stuff. Thick. But it was 75 bucks, you know? I can't fucking buy another one of these. And then I'll need to create another base for if I get another one. I like it though. This is like one of my favorite. I've used a lot of solder dispensers in my day. You guys should know this about me. And this one, I really like it because it just puts the solder in a nice place. I can do that and just hold. See how that's just hanging in midair? Yeah, 75 bucks is pretty steep, but could I 3D print one? I think the main thing is I think I have St. Wiggly's flare wrench still, his brake line flare wrench. And so I have E-clips as well. So I guess what I could do is I could put brake line into the milling machine and do the little cuts for the E-clips. And then I find two E-clips and then I do the flare wrench on that side after I have stuff that I think I can bend this to 45 degrees with. And then I'd have to 3D print this piece. And then that doesn't really, I don't know. This in plastic would not be as cool. Not as cool. The weight, another thing about this is the weight of it all. It needs to have weight to it so that I can pull the solder. Oops. There we go. All right, back to soldering. But now with a little bit more ability to have this stuff. See how I can just hang it in midair? It's just there. What, like a Bowden tube for the feed pipe? But I don't know, I like that one. That's the problem. I like that one. I want that one. In which case, it is completely worth the $75. You know, tools that I use as often as that are worth money. What size solder? This is 0.4 millimeter. So the previous stuff that I've been using for years and years is 0.6. I went to 0.4 because of the prevalence of surface mount stuff that I do. Could buy a metal 3D printer. Yeah, totally will save me money. Totally. That's what, like a $400 for the CNC kit for my milling machine, which I would absolutely love to get someday. Someday. I don't, you know, 400 bucks is a big ask, says the guy who bought a Radeon. But I'd like to do the CNC kit and do a 3-phase motor for the main motor. And I've got the thing to control the 3-phase motor. I'm going to use the Granite Devices controller, which is, I don't know, it's a little bit of a waste of a Granite Devices controller. So I think maybe a VFD, and I don't know, one day it would be really cool to do a full 3-phase setup for my milling machine. You know, all 3-phase motors on the Granite Devices controllers. But I need 2 more of those Granite Devices controllers, and that fucking thing was like $500. So where's all the money coming from, bother? Where is it coming from? It's coming from Fatanon. It's literally just Fatanon subscriptions. That's it. All the other subscriptions are just facility cost. I don't even have a facility. It just costs me money. Keeper of Maps, you didn't have to cheer me $4. I appreciate that. For the 3D Metal Printer Fund. It's called a CNC. I'm not doing a 3D... not doing any sintered bastardization of 3D printing to make metal. Cranktown City did a good video where he tried to do layered welding. I love Cranktown City's content. Fatanon, thank you for these 69 cents. Used to be the cost of a Coke. Not anymore. Why am my alignment's all wrong? What happens is if you spend too much time dilly-dallying and stinking thinking on these pins, your wire starts to bend in weird ways, and so you end up not laying it down in the proper orientation. Boomer Coke. Used to be able to get a can of Coke for 69 cents out of the machine, and it tasted like Tab because it had expired. Well, that can of Coke, 69 cents. Are you kidding me? When what? Okay. When did a can of Coke cost 69 cents? Not 99. $18.86 to 19. Who the fuck? Set at 5 cents to 1955, huh? No mention of 69. Oh my God. Welcome to the Web 1.0, everybody. You know that you've got good information when you find a website that looks like this. This is like peak internet. You know that it's just chock full of information because they chose some kind of a pukey shade of brown as their background, and then the text is also kind of a pukey shade of brown, especially the links. They went through the HTML and they decided to recolor what links would look like. It is just beautiful. This is old school. This is where we get all our good information. The one that I constantly reference is an antenna website that has all the disgusting colors on it. Two 12-packs, 1992, 12-ounce cans for $6. 99 cents for a liter bottle in 1982. I don't know. I always remember the prices as being like 69 cents on all the old machines, right? But it uses frames as tables. I mean, it goes right up to the edge, too. But it does reference 2014. Crazy. Crazy. I love the old web. Was that what it said, 1972? Back to work. I had to know. Because I remember like seeing like old machines. It was all these old machines. And they just had they had 69 cents on them. I don't know, man. We already established that I'm 1,000 years old. I'm too old for the internet. Internet's full of babies making millions of dollars looking at toys, unwrapping toys. Or scamming you out of Robux or whatever. $70,000 in Robux, and I got nothing. Roblox. Roadblocks? What are these kids talking about? Roadblocks. Floss? What is flossing? I didn't floss since I was a teenager. My teeth hurt. Damn kids. Yeah, forget Bitcoin. Invest in Robux. I'm mining Bitcoins with NFTs? What the fuck? Oh, I'm so glad NFTs are fucking crashing and burning. That's just, that couldn't be a better gift. Really? Robux is stupidly lucrative? Is it like Second Life where a bunch of perverts have moved into the space and like personalized it? It's always perverts, you know? It's always perverts. Nah, I bent that one a little bit too late. Hold on. We can fix that. Tweezers are a little bit thick for their job. We'll just go right there. Good enough. I'll catch up with y'all in a second. I need to do the soldering, you know? I got a lot of pins to get through. So, irregardless of whether or not some of these are sloppy, they need to just work. Are the weirdos moving to the metaverse? No, I thought metaverse was for like companies that try to have like virtual VR meetings in order to justify the expenditure on a bunch of gaming hardware. And that's also crashing in. Well, there's my first soldering iron burn of the season. Where do we hit? I can feel it. I just don't see any dead skin. I hit like somewhere around like right here because I was pivoting my hand and my iron was all the way up here. And so I pivoted my hand because I started to twist this thing because I was trying to get in alignment so that I could solder the line on the side. But oh, you're just calling, yeah, I guess any space that Zuckerberg fills is statistically skewed towards weirdos. It's wonky, but it can be wonky. You got to understand, they don't need to be, this isn't one of those like skill challenges that like you see on like the Japanese Twitter accounts where they do insane soldering stuff. We need continuity. That's all we need. We just need this to connect. There's a utility that we need to achieve with this. And this is like as I learn what I'm doing, I'm gonna try to occupy the room that I have a little bit better. I need to put a little bit more solder on that top one. The soldering challenges. If you want to buy it, you know how to get my address. You just PM me and we talk. And you could send me one and we could see how I do on it. I'm just afraid that Fat's gonna think some kind of a terrible joke is funny and send me something stupid that I'm going to regret having given him my address for. Let's do this side of the next chip. We'll just go down the whole row. We'll go down the whole row. Good, show me this, show me that. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. A little bit of this one. A little bit of that one. Oh, now we're good. This is what the tiny tip helps me with. And the small solder is actually fucking killing it. This small solder's fucking killing it right now. It's pretty nice. The 0.6 was my my jam for a long time. So going over to the 0.4, I feel like I've got a lot more control. I mean, look at that. That's beautiful. We need to tin the end of that. I've always thought like it would be cool to run a solder pot, but that means that you have like boiling fucking hot solder, like a big vessel of boiling hot solder on your desk. It's good if you're doing like a big factory process and you're trying to like consistently tin tons of wires. If I ever got to the point, oh, thank you for the 2 bits, Velky Studios. You're not one of Velkin's alts for when it gets hacked, are you? Anyway, the solder pot, if you're trying to get consistent tinning on a lot of wires, so if I finally did what I've been promising to do and come up with some kind of an electronics kit that you guys can buy, and I need to provide you with them, and I needed to provide wiring with them, and I needed to make the wires myself, then having a hot plate stripper, not what you think it is, and a solder pot gives you extremely consistent results. But if you're doing anything other than a factory process, it does not make sense for you to spend the energy to heat up an entire solder pot and then have this giant liability accident sitting on your desk. Because of the Trust Me Bro TM warranty? No, it comes with a no explicit warranties implied or otherwise provided. It comes with a no warranty. Buyer beware. Buyer be WarioWare. Okay, let's do this. That one in there. Is that getting close up there? What's going on? No, you guys are good. Okay, that, and then we do one of these. Yeah, the one that I have is like, again, another $70 tool, and it's literally just a 1 to 12 transformer on your power line, and then that goes to a little metal plate that just has a tapered hole, and that little metal tapered hole allows you to, you basically insert the wire, you move it down the taper until it gets to, because it won't hurt the metal, it'll just burn away the jacket of the wire, and you twist and pull, and then it's stripped. And so that gives you extremely consistent results over a typical wire stripper. And so you can, you know, if you have a factory process that you need to do, you can create a whole bunch of wire looms with that thing, and they look goddamn pro. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm busy tomorrow. I'm not around. I am not around. And then I'll be working on probably the same stuff Saturday or Sunday and Monday, but I will not be streaming it, unfortunately. I need to do more streams, but I need to settle into the routine now that we have the puppy here. It's unfortunate that you guys don't get more streams as a result of buying a puppy, but that's just where we're at. It's just where we're at. As we settle in and as the puppy settles into our routine, we've had her about 2 weeks now. So we're approaching the week 3, the part of the family stage. And then in month 3, she will have settled into all of our routines and she'll know what's up. We still have to work on her training though. That's been kind of a tough thing. But she's baby puppy, so she doesn't know what's what. She can't even do my math homework yet, you know? Which is sad. It's sad for a puppy not to be able to do that. She doesn't speak English. It's ridiculous. And lucky for us, she's not shy, but she doesn't bark, which is odd for a corgi, but she's not a barker. She'll only bark when she gets frustrated with things. Where is this? There it is. Yeah, puppy. Come on. Where is it? Damn it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Hello? Hello? There it is. Got it. First try. All right. I'll go over there. What's my, oh, the soldering iron turned off. It turned off because it thought I was going to burn down the house. Burn down the house. Okay. Ooh, baby. Usually I have metal fatigue, but using the knife is actually a lot easier. It's more gentle, and I don't have to wiggle around. It's been pretty consistent. Just hit it, put the knife on top, and then move the wire a little bit, and it just pops. It just pops. I can't, oh, where's my view? I'm like sweating on the desk right now. It's fucking hot. I think the weather finally broke. I don't know if it's gonna actually cool off though. I know we've got, out west, I know it's a super fucking heat wave. We don't have that here. It's a little bit nicer out. Still unbearably fucking hot. Neuter it as fast as possible. I don't think you. The way you keep your puppy and the way I keep my puppy is probably way different. It's not that much of an emphasis. We don't need to neuter her right away. And I don't know. There might be a, you know. I don't think we're gonna ever breed her, but who knows? Mistake this cost you 1,500 euros. Considering the price of the fluffy corgi in the first place, you take a shitload of money. Just moved that from Louisiana. Hasn't rained since I got here, and the max temp was 98. Ugh. Yeah, it hasn't rained around here. I've been wanting rain for a while. There was a huge storm. I had to pull the corgi into the garage, and I watched it with her because she hasn't seen a storm yet. She's only been around for what? Well, maybe she has. She's probably seen a lot of storms actually, because it was very stormy a couple months ago. But yeah, she's born in a freaking heat wave, like 12 weeks old, 11, 12. So yeah, we watched the rain for a little bit, but that was the only storm we've really had here in a while. We need like a consistent like British 3-day rain. It's been raining cats and dogs, yeah. Yeah, is Dewey underwater? How's Louisiana doing? Louisiana. I can't say it right. I always try to say it in a fun way. Clean the iron, dip the iron, put the thing over there, get the wire to go there, then you get the iron again, and you solder it again, and you move on to the next one. Spend so much time with you, wire, and yet now we have to leave. It's time to say goodbye. I have to move on. Louisiana, there we go. That actually helped. You actually did the phonetics right for me. Usually when people try to phonetically help me out, it's like terrible. I forget the record we set in the nth year in a row. I know. I'm sick of the records. Sick of them. Hey, thank you guys for the follows. We don't announce follows. You can just follow and unfollow. It doesn't matter. You're not going to see a bunch of fanfare. I'm not going to break down crying because you followed my stream. The cheap Saley USB logic sniffers are amazing. Yeah, with Pulse View and everything. We use that on the steering wheel in order to reverse engineer the Bluetooth stack and get all our ones and zeros so that we could evaluate it against a data sheet. And it is an amazing tool. I was not used to having that level of logic analysis available to me with my budget. Usually you have to buy something big and extensive and expensive. And the Saley logic was like for the price of like a song and a dance, that thing can do hardcore level digital hacking. Now, that is not to say that hardcore level digital hacking is a thing that comes up that often. It really doesn't. That's why I've been okay with the oscilloscope that I have that doesn't have the typical built-in logic analyzer. It's been totally fine. I haven't needed to do that. Fuck. Now, that is an actual soldering iron burn right there. That's what that is. That one's going to be hurting a little later. Probably because the puppy will bite directly into that. But yeah, I haven't needed to use it for anything ever. So I bought one for $15, and then I was able to hack the ever-loving shit out of a Bluetooth stack. And it was awesome. So I would suggest that people have that, or at least know that that exists for when that kind of a project comes up. It wasn't USB logic. It was the serial communications between the microcontroller and the Bluetooth. Wait, what was it? Hold on, I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, it was the communications between the steering wheel controller and the Bluetooth module. And so that ended up following exactly the API that it was supposed to. Uncle Phil found the documentation for it, and then I could compare it to what the communications were, and then we created a program that would fake a Bluetooth module connecting to the steering wheel module. And it was a success. It was successful, and we were able to produce a program that fooled the steering wheel controller into thinking that a wireless module was plugged in, where in fact it was actually our microcontroller connecting in order to ascertain, or rather to instigate button presses in the steering wheel. Or sorry, in the game controller, I should say. It worked perfectly. All right, that's one side. Let me take a quick arm break so that my arms can dry off. My forearms are like sweaty from being against the table. Ben Eater did a YouTube video on it. He's done a YouTube video on everything. These other content creators that do electronics stuff have already lapped me. Like they've all just destroyed me. They've oh bother, and then they do laser eyes, and I go, I'm like, why? Why did you destroy me? Oh, they got Linux support for it too. That's always nice. Computer scientists have been waiting to do my own 65816 board based homebrew computer. Oh my god. Is that like the giant wiring mess project? Bought it for I2C stuff. Yeah, they've got like all the decoding schemes in there. They even have LINBus built in. I wish I'd known that when we did LINBus for reverse engineering the steering wheel. I would love to know what that backlighting signal is. If anybody has a Mercedes-Benz E-Class and they're in Philadelphia, I request to remove some panels from your car and do a quick sniff of, get my nose in there, really get in there and sniff some of that logic that's running around the LINBus system on the Mercedes, because I need to figure out how backlighting is controlled. And so with that logic device, if I get all the timings right, I can just record turning the backlights up and down, and then we can look for a signal in there that's going up and down, and then I'll be able to turn that into a signal on the LINBus that will make it work. Get your nose out of my fuse box. Boop, boop, boop. Take a look at Ben Eater's YouTube video. He did one on that. 24 megahertz is enough for working with. Yeah, it is. The ones you can buy for cheap are plenty to do like logic analysis on the level that we do. I mean, really, the hardcore logic analyzers, we're talking about like RF and like communications, like big deal communications. Not really going to run into stuff that's that much faster in the stuff we do. Like if you're reverse engineering just regular old consumer electronics, nobody's dealing with stuff that's that fast. Brian loaded it. Yeah, Brian Locke has done everything that I've tried to do first, including losing all weight. He's been doing a lot of jogging and getting in good shape. All right, back to work. You got time to lean, you got time to clean. I think greater for his video output. Why are you doing reverse it? Okay, you know, there's something that I see a lot, and you seem like you know that you're getting into a world of shit, but like something that I see a lot is less of a systems engineering approach to the things that we work on in this space. I see people coming in like to the Discord and stuff like that, you know, and I'm not really saying anything about it, but they come in and they go, I want to build a robot, teach me about transistors. And it's like, oh boy. You know, you probably need to build up a lot of base knowledge and stuff, but then again, reinventing the wheel for the sake of reinventing the wheel is its own thing, and I just hope people take that in context, because like, I don't know, if I were to building like a single chip computer, just to use your example, I wouldn't start at a low level. I wouldn't start at like logic gates and stuff. I would take the kit as a nice little shortcut. You know, like I want to build a computer. Let me grow my own transistor. You know, we see that and the problem with that is it's not a big deal. It's just the problem with that is that these poor people who think that you need to start at an extremely low level, because we generally work at a low level here. That's just what I understand. That's where I came from. I'm from the 90s. I understand electronics at a low level. But people don't need to do that now, you know? Like building robots is less and less an electronics affair these days. It's just interesting to see that a lot of people start and think that in order to achieve their larger goals, they need to start not from a systems level approach, but from a component level approach. I don't know if any of that makes sense. That could just be a nonsensical rant on my part, but you hate to see it. But you know perfectly well that you're completely making a lot of work for yourself, and that's fine. There's some virtue in that. Would always be interesting to like get to the point where you can grow your own silicon. I really never want to do that though. That's another thing with, like, for instance, the skills that I'm using right now, man, they used to really come in handy. These skills that I have, soldering, they used to really come in handy. Not really anymore. Nowadays, hey, if I've got a little bit of time and a little bit of patience, I can just design a circuit board for these. I like just that comment, like, alone. That comment just in free space. Then I realized I was a moron. I love it. Leverage technology. I used to avoid Arduinos. They were cheating. See, that's exactly, yeah, that kind of, that, I think you found it. You found what I'm trying to tap into, is like AVR dudes population and you know, specialization, forums, and tribalism created this atmosphere where people think you need to put in the work to get the results, and they hated the Arduino as a result. They said, you're just blinking an LED, you could do that with a 555. Well, here's the deal, yo, fucking bozo, is that what the Arduino has done is by becoming like a cheat code, or becoming like, you know, oh, it's cheating. Well, listen, because of that, a lot of people, like a lot of people, have been introduced into this hobby space. More people better, more accessibility better. Having artists create art that is intelligent is better, and it's been better as a result. This hobby has become what it is. The fact that I can sit here and just bitch about it, and you know, have people come in and want to listen to me do that, is because of the popularity of and the accessibility of the material, of the knowledge, of the, you know. And I think Arduino has been kind of a linchpin in that. Without it, I don't think any of us would be here. It is utterly, it's just a phenomenon. It's great. And you know, the Basic Stamp tried to do that, and there have been a couple others, but it really has introduced a lot of people to sort of programming and physical computing that would otherwise be discouraged due to the complexity of running a microcontroller. Microcontrollers are kind of a bitch. If you get down to like the level of actually utilizing a microcontroller from scratch, you need to know what the command structure is. You need to know what the fuse bits are going to be. You need to know this and that and the other thing before you even get to whether or not the code idea that you have in your head is viable. And that's where the Arduino excelled. It said, we dealt with all that stuff. You guys could just do logic and pinouts. All right, cool. And then you just get right to the ground running. I read what you guys are saying. This looks sexy. I don't know, man. It's not that great. This is one of these kind of like sloppy circuit dealios that I do when I only have a surface mount chip available to me. If I had the through-hole version of these things, that would have saved me a lot of time. I just don't have them. I bet you I probably should have grabbed them when that lab changed their technology up. I should have grabbed a bunch of the through-hole ones. That would have been great. We would have already been working with the right stuff. The problem is we don't have these in the through-hole version, so I'm improvising and I'm making an adapter board, which, by the way, is something that you could avoid doing either by purchasing dip adapters, or you could avoid doing this by just getting the through-hole version of the chip. But this is kind of it's a Friday, we're hanging out. I can do a little bit of skill show off. And show off a little bit, you know? Uh-oh, what's going on here? Ow! The wire's getting very hot! Okay. When I first started, hold on, let me. Laziness isn't a virtue in engineering. That's true. True. When I first started working, when I first started, I wanted to build flip-flops on breadboards. Oh my God. I still don't understand flip-flops to this day. A little bit, but I still don't really understand them, and I don't know why. Maybe I just refuse to learn about them. Apparently, it's like one of the first implementations of quote-unquote memory in a circuit. But better than the same time on TikTok. Wait, what? I built the logic ports for it, never again, better at the same time on TikTok. Weird. Arduino was developed for teaching too. It was developed in a bar called Arduino. Yeah, it's good for teaching as well, yeah. Let me start exploring the hobbies in the early days of COVID. Hell yeah, dude. I haven't done very much, but I've made a couple of things. Yeah, and that's all you know, you're not under an obligation to make an amazing super duper project with an Arduino. You can just blink LEDs and understand the logic and how how things go together. You could solve math problems with it just for fun. There's a lot of cool stuff. Usually I need the sort of the influence of a project in order to get me to expand my horizons, hence this keyboard thing that we're doing now with muxes and a PicoPi. I had no use for the PicoPi, but now that I have a project revolving around a PicoPi, I finally have an excuse to use it. Seems like it's pretty fun. Roar, Doctor! Roarder! Thank you for subbing for 5 months. I really appreciate that. 5 months already? Holy crap. Holy crap, Roar Doctor. What? In this case, I'm using the Arduino to drive an LED strip to cause the controller box that came with it interferes with the Roku. Every time my fiance changes the volume, the room turns into a rave. That sounds like an intentional prank. That would be hilarious if you put an IR module. I think his IR modules, for some reason, are very computationally heavy for microcontrollers. Very weird, because it's been around. They've been around for ages and ages. But anyway, you put an IR, a photodiode on your Arduino, and you have it detect the signal for turning down the volume and make it do something belligerent as a result. That's a good prank. There's a lot of belligerent things you could do with that. Yeah, fiance, financier, same thing. That is kind of, yeah, that is very boomer homie, right? Ah! Those boomer subs are absolutely hilarious. I don't know. I spend too much time looking up weird parts of Reddit. Problem is this one's so short that by the time I solder it, the other end comes off. So I need to, plant it right there. How dare you talk about my tiny tip on stream? You guys have no manners. So insensitive, chat. Yeah, we're using the small stuff because I bought this 0.4 millimeter thick solder, which is, my previous was 0.6. That's what I used for many, many years on this stream. But now I've gone to 0.4, and it's actually pretty comfy. I mean, generally you guys were used to this stuff looking like absolute garbage, but it's cleaned it up quite a bit. Tom B, that's the first name and the last. I know you've been around for a while, Tom B, but there's a high school friend of mine that resembles that name. He writes children's books now. Ow, owie, ow, ow, the wire's getting hot. Hot wire, hot wire. Let the Rossman tips jokes begin. What is curved tip? I had chat back in the day. Chat wanted to buy me a 3D printer just because I hated them. And just as they were going to buy me one, Twisted Sister, see, they made my Discord. The originator of my Discord is OctoJ. And the reason that he did it was because they thought it would be hilarious to buy me a 3D printer because I hate them. And so they got the Discord together. OctoJ surreptitiously created the Discord, got a bunch of chat members in there, got them to donate money, got enough money for a 3D printer, and then, right when they were about to purchase it, Twisted Sister went, hey, I've got a 3D printer, do you want it? He was just gonna give me a 3D printer that was like a wooden one that he didn't like. And I was like, sure. And then the whole Discord was like, what the fuck? Like, god damn it, that was our whole plan. And so they bought me a bunch of stuff that was useful here, including a solder fan that I use to this day. I'm using it right now. I'm not. I don't use a fan. I have a floor fan on my back right now that just disperses the fumes. I don't really use a solder sucking cleaning fan. But yeah, they got me. And by the way, I haven't actually had that comment lately, because that was a common comment. That was a common comment here, was don't you have a solder fan? You should have a solder fan. You should have a fan for that smoke for the solder. You should do that. It's unsafe. You're unsafe. Why are you unsafe? God damn it. So anyway, I got that comment a lot. So they bought me a solder fan just as like a joke. But with that package of stuff, they actually did buy a hot air station. Because I was skilled at hot air. The stations were prohibitively expensive. And so they got me a hot air soldering station, and it happened to be the Louis Rossmann one. The one that Louis Rossmann uses. So, they also bought the super duper streamer tip with that. And the streamer tip is basically just a 45-degree angle tip that would allow me to use my overhead microscope while using the hot air solder station. So I have all that gear. We haven't had anything that's required overhead hot air soldering lately. We'll get there. There'll be something. New guy that ran a computer repair pizza place used to ask him if he used the pizza ovens to do reflow. Oh God, I think they're too hot. I'm not sure. Not really sure. God, that'd be just a whole host of health code violations, huh? Man, I'm in way better control of everything with this friggin' smaller iron, smaller everything. God, reballing is such a pain in the butt. You gotta buy a bunch of equipment for it. It's good to know how to do, but man, is it a pain in the ass. Get the rosin special. Make it a flux core crust. Careful not to short with the copper holes beneath. I don't think you know what you're talking about, bub. All right, we're almost there. Almost there, chat. Once we have hardware, then we can figure out how in the hell we're going to do the software. We got some ideas. Some people were helping me with it earlier. But if we can get just a little bit of the software running, then we're, oh God, that was a lot of, clean that off. No, they're not gold, they're blue. What do I smell? Smell something weird. Like I melted something that I shouldn't have. I hate that. When you smell plastic and you realize that you're holding your soldering iron against something. Yeah. Captain tape is like a staple. It's like part of the food pyramid around here. Just a little bit of solder. Make sure it all sticks. There we go. And then, I don't know. Do you think this will be enough wire? I guess we'll see. I'll cut more if I need to. It's always fun to see if the piece of unshielded 30 gauge wire wrap wire will cover the rest of the entire project. I'm being like extremely efficient in my use of it too. Using only the amount that I need. No more, no less. Should have curved that a little earlier. You do it like that. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Making a keyboard. I know. Oh, brother. I think one of the early times I was recognized by a streamer. They're like, hey, it's oh brother. I'm like, haha. Reading comprehension. Haven't you tried to get a Pico yet? Yeah, I mean, I was early on, and I think it was Twisted Sister, using their screen name, that told me, like, he was like, yeah, you get a bunch from here real easy. So I ordered like 5 of them. They're cheap. They're cheap. Where's my... I don't have parallax. I can't see in 3 dimensions. Good enough. Oh, one of the wireless ones with no project in mind. Oh, God. I don't even know, like, okay, so here's my problem with the Raspberry Pi is that the capability of the hardware well exceeds anything that I'd want to do with it. It's like, do I need a whole computer? Do I need an entire computer here? No. I mean, but then again, that contradicts what I said earlier about the Arduino, in that it's powerful, overpowered for a lot of projects, but it's better to learn the platform than just cater your hardware very specifically. That was a cold weld. Very specifically to the project. So, I mean, it's contradictory what I'm saying. But like Raspberry Pi, it's like, here's a whole fucking computer. Now do a little embedded computing project with it. And it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I have Arduinos and they do fine. Trinocular microscope. That must be nice. I used to work with, it was a microscope called like the Scorpion, and it has a lenticular like mirror on it that spins. And what it would do is it would give you a 3-dimensional view of what was under the whatever the optics, because it has two optical paths that get spun, and somehow that makes like a what is that arcade game? I forget the name of the arcade game. You know, the one where you have to do the little QuickTime events, and it's like you're looking down into this little booth that's 3D and has all the 3D animations and stuff. It's like King's something, or then there's a sci-fi one. But anyway, it's like that arcade game where you see the little 3-dimensional, like clear, what looks like a hologram, but it's really just an optical illusion. That King's Quest, is that really what it was called? Yeah, King's Quest. And the sci-fi one, that microscope looked like that. You look into a little hood. And if you ever watch science fiction, you guys ever hear that thing called science fiction? I don't know, maybe some of you have heard of it. It's kind of a bit of a niche, this whole science fiction thing. But if you watch any science fiction TV, you will... Dragon's Quest. Yeah. I think that might be the one, Dragon's Quest. That sounds more familiar. But yeah, that arcade game. Anyway, if you look at the background of like medical shows and science fiction, if you've ever heard of that, you'll see these microscopes everywhere because it looks like cool sci-fi thing, because it's got this like open hood. Where is the solder? There it is. It's got this like open hood that you just look into. And in industry, that microscope system is really, really good because it alleviates back issues for people inspecting stuff that's microscopic. So if you're inspecting like the soldering on a circuit in a factory environment, you don't have to put your face up into a lens housing. Instead, you just look into this hood and, you know, your back stays straight. Yeah, you have to hit the one button just in time. Yeah, if you know what they look like and you look in the background of stuff, it's the subreddit It's a Booklight, but like I see those things everywhere. They're everywhere. They're all over the place. So they're easy to get, well, kind of easy to get, like secondhand on eBay. I was definitely gonna invest in one because it's still like $300, but I was gonna invest in one if I was doing that kind of stuff more consistently here. And then I'd have this whole spiel where I'd explain to you guys that I actually have a 3-dimensional view due to a spinning mirror. But I decided to go the webcam route because I needed the frame rate. I tried putting together a Raspberry Pi camera to do this, and the lag was so extreme back then, back in 2015 to 2014 when I was thinking about doing this. The lag for the camera was so much that I would end up poking myself with a soldering iron before I knew it was in view yet. You have to have a good frame rate, and you have to have very little delay because you're trying to actually like work with this thing. Ugh, input lag is the worst. King's Quest would make really interesting science fiction future. Well, I think there's a couple of those adventure games that do that kind of setting, where it's so far in the bleak apocalyptic future that we have gone back to sort of a, I mean, that's a lot of, not like Final Fantasy, or what it was, I think some Japanese RPGs have done that. I'm trying to remember which. All right. What do solder the wire. I hate that my shadow is blocking my view right now when I do this. I tried a direct subject light for this, but it just didn't really click with the system. I need to have 3 points of lighting on the desk so that everything looks good, and the third point is this stand light. So if I jiggle around the stand light, I could get this to look a little better. I think I'm gonna have just enough wire to finish this. That little piece of wire that I just randomly measured. Yeah, is that Chrono Trigger? A little bit. I was trying to remember, like, I was like, man, I know there's like a tentpole JRPG that does this, and I was wondering if it was one of the weird, like, offshoot ones, but then I'm kind of remembering there was like Forerunner stuff, and, well, Chrono Trigger went throughout an entire span of stuff. I'm trying to remember one where you, like, fall into all the technology stuff. I don't know, it's just a really specific memory. Probably an old Nintendo game, to be honest. I've been around too long, chat. I've been around too long. I remember Nintendo games. I wish back then we had a better system of knowing which were the really good games, because we didn't have that. We had like Nintendo Power, and it was just whatever was popular at the time. And people were all about like graphics, graphics, graphics. Oh my God, Sonic is so much graphics, but come on, can we be honest here? Sonic really isn't that great of a game. It's not that fun. And there were a lot of really fun Nintendo games, but we just didn't know about them. Like Chrono Trigger, where am I going to find out about Chrono Trigger? I open up Nintendo Power and I want to play a fun, interesting game. I don't know. It's just weird. Yeah, if the cover looks good, the game must be good. It's any wonder that I found Mega Man, seeing as there was just some fucking crack addict with a gun on the cover. I gotta wonder what cover to Mega Man we ever had in my household, because a lot of my games went to my cousin. We gave him a whole stack of Super Nintendo games. That was a good stack of games too. I liked the Super Nintendo a lot. It was a really great platform. But like, again, like Paper Mario, I didn't know fucking shit about that. I didn't know, you know, and as a result, I didn't end up playing those games until like I was in college and we could emulate them. It was tough. It was just tough to find good games back then, and it all depends on what you're looking for, and nobody's really after like the cute, awesome games. Yeah, just the magazines were king, and the magazines were also fucking edgy. They were all so fucking edgy. It was terrible. It wasn't until college I was like, it's okay to like cute things. It's like, you know, it's okay. It's okay to have fun. Of course, then when I was in college, the game industry was all shooter, shooter, shooter. And shooter or RTS, those were your choices. They were all so edgy. All right, we'll do that. Missed out on a lot of good C64 games. Yeah, what was it, Ninja in New York or whatever? Has a really freaking banging theme. Some of those C64 tracks are just amazing. What people are doing with trackers and C64s, holy shit. Some real good stuff, I'll tell you. Careful now, last one. All right, chat, we made it. We made it, and my viewers didn't go down. Jesus Christ. I don't know what the hell you guys even saw and what I'm doing. There's like literally no consistency in how I'm soldering this together. And I guess in part, this is actually intentional. You see, it's actually chat. Chad. I did this intentionally. I intentionally looked like an idiot to test you. To test you. This is to test you. To test your metal. Not like iron. I mean like METTLE. Test your metal. See if you guys could make it through a soldering session where everything wasn't exactly consistent. See, this is like really sloppy work. Everything is separate, and we can see that nothing is shorting together. I don't really like this right here. Let me just clean that just so that we have a little bit of peace of mind. These dip packages are far enough apart. Everything's far enough apart that we can get away with a lot of this stuff. But like, you don't need to do a perfect job. It just needs to kind of function. What's going on here? It's not moving at all. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like it one bit. Get a broken C64. I can't just work on the projects you guys want me to work on, guys. Get that little overrun of wire out of there, and maybe that'll clean it up a little bit. I'm gonna add a little solder to that just to mask my my horrible. Oh, look at that. That one's not even soldered. What the heck? What just happened? That one moved to the side, and now it's not moving back. What a jerk. I should work on a project, Carl. Let's be honest. I want my 944 back. There are no slow weeks. This is going wrong. Let's see. Don't you stand where he stood. How dare you? Don't you mention MSC to me. I just watched the whole Moon MSC playthrough and I loved it. It made me want to start from the beginning with My Summer Car because I think I could optimize. My first town run, I could steal the poker machine. I could do all of, you do the tractor run into town and you steal the poker machine and all that stuff. I could optimize my playthrough and it would be a lot of fun. I don't have time for that. No time. We're gonna get back to the rally and I'm gonna win that freaking rally. That's one of my goals. With the steering wheel set up at least. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have time for chat idea projects. We have a lot of stuff we got to get done here, not to mention my entire revenue stream from Burn the Subs, which has been missing. I don't know if this is actually anything, if I need to peel that away or not. Oh, no, never mind. I don't have to do anything right there. It just looked a little too shiny. So dip packages have the pins far enough apart that I can really do this kind of soldering with them. Not have any shorts. And it is a little sloppy, but this is live bugged. So we now have both of these muxing chips, which basically a muxing and demuxing chip. In terms of analog, it's like having the ability to put a binary number into a chip and having that binary number be the number of the switch that gets thrown to a common pin. Now, it doesn't necessarily need to even be a binary number. It can just, a muxer can just go up and down a set of switches and provide whatever is on that pin to one singular pin. So what we can tell our software to do is to activate the switches and then observe the voltage levels from the switches that were activated. And in doing so, that will build us up a matrix of rows and columns that we are able to observe as switches to see if they're pressed. Sounds easy. And it kind of is, but it's also kind of a pain in the ass. So here's this thing. Now these chips, do they need 5 volts? In which case we will have to run 5 volts all the way over to them, which is annoying, but power B as power does. Let's see what this chip is. Survey says, let's see, because we're running at 3 volts, 3.3 volts. On resistance, low charge, 308 CPE, sample and hold, automatic test circuits. Voltage reference to V minus, V plus, negative 0.3 to 44 volts tolerant. Digital inputs, COM, V minus 2 volts, V plus 2 volts, or 30 milliamps, whichever occurs first. Continuous current, 30 milliamps, that's a lot, 30 milliamps. Peak current, 100. Pulse dissipation, operating temperatures. Analog signal range, negative to positive 15 volts. So you can tell that this is a previous era of analog circuitry, like audio circuitry and things like that. 15 plus minus 15 volts is from previous era. On resistance, leakage current, 2.4 or 15 volts. Hey, this is 3-volt logic. We're lucky. We are lucky. That is good, good, good. So that means that we can run this off of the regulator that's on the PicoPi. Now, I don't know how much current the PicoPi can provide. 60 milliamps plus whatever the screen does. I hope that'll be okay. But let me look at the circuit here. I need to get the pin out. I need that pin out so that we can start wiring it up. We can hook it up to the inputs, and then we will figure this out. I mean, we got to hook it up to the 2 switches that I have too. So we'll have one row and 1 column for each of them. 200 milliamps for that 3-volt regulator. Oh boy. What does the screen take? I think the screen's probably going to be the primary current muncher. Yeah, here we are. Yes, this is the one. It is. That's a 309. Where's the 308? Hello? Hello? 308? 308? MPC? 308? Anybody? No? Where's the pinout? Hello? Okay, there we go. It's just that diagram. All right, so let's get this wired up. We've got a breadboard. I've already got the edges of this thing hooked up to plus minus 3 volts on the edges. Let me get the arm in focus. And we're back to brass tacks. We're back to what we do normally on this stream. So let's first of all, let's take this out. We're gonna leave the screen on. We'll put this up here. Since it is 3 volts, we don't need to run any specialty voltages over to it. And our big breakout board is gonna help us run everything. Now, how's this chip structured? AO, A1, and A2. AO, A1, and A2. They're all the way up here. So I'm gonna flip this over. I'm gonna flip this over, and that way we get all of the addressing pins up top. Let me leave a little bit of room there. So all the address pins are there, and then my 2 switches will be down here with snitches. 2 switches down there. These 2 little buttons. 2 little buttons. They're so cute. Let's make blue smoke. We're not doing that. I'm better than that. It's kind of unfortunate that I'm better than that. Let's be honest. Because I'm so fucking awesome. I'm so goddamn good at building circuits, and I've been doing it for so long that I'm too good at it, and we don't have a lot of accidents. You know? Electro Boom is also better than that, but he's not, because he fakes it. He fakes it! And you can tell. You can tell. It's like when my dog knows she is not supposed to bite me, looks directly at my hand, and then fucking bites it. You're like, I know you're faking it. I see that. A live Electroboom. It could be if I was bad at what I do. The only clip that I've had go viral is when I overvolted a capacitor. And then that got posted to Reddit. The immediate comments were people going, oh, look at you, your first time ever blowing up a capacitor. No, motherfucker, I've been doing this longer than you've been alive. Like, I'm not young. I'm not a little kid. I know exactly what I was doing. And I know exactly the mistake I made. It was a mistake, but it was still very predictable. But it's like these fucking people look down their nose at you. Which one is common? Common is pin 14. So 16, 15, 14. That's this one. Or no, that's not common. What is that? Ground, G&D. How dare you talk about Electroboom like this? I don't mind. I know I like Electroboom. Believe me. No. Don't get me wrong about this. Don't get me wrong about this. I like Electroboom. He's a wonderful content creator. He's had a lot. There's been a lot of shocking things that he was able to do on his stream, including putting his finger into water with electricity in it. 16, 15, 14. It's 14, right? Yeah, 14 is ground. So 16, 15, 14. That goes right there. No, but I mean, just like that propensity for people to just like stick their fucking nose up at stuff on the internet, you know? Mistake, that's what happens when you get a Geno's sub. You don't want to eat a mistake. You want a cheesesteak. Let's see. V minus. Why is there a V minus pin? There's a ground and a V minus and a V plus. Do you enjoy when Electro Boom fucks with hotels' main circuits? I don't think I've seen that video yet. Pin 13. Oh, so it's right next to V plus is V minus. Let's see if we can find some V bucks. I need a slightly longer green. Yeah, green. I don't know what I'm doing with V minus on this chip. I don't know if I need to mess around with it. I think V minus might be if you have a plus minus power supply. Let's see what the example circuits say. You went around to Italy to poke with stuff. When I was doing that cheap, the $250 car rally, we stayed at a hotel way down south, and I don't remember what state it was in, but it was basically a hospital's hotel in the ghetto, and it had a Waffle House right in front of it. It was very, very rundown kind of. I mean, they did an all right job, but the problem with the play, there are no example circuits. Oh wait, they're there. The problem with the place was, oh my god, there were like exposed electrical wires in the bathroom directly under a hole that would have been a second sink in the bathroom sink. Waffle House, that's how you know you're in the good part of town. Hey man, Waffle House is, you know, given no other option, they're a good place. That's not a compliment. I should probably work on that. These are like 15 volts. 3 volts. 15 volt V plus, V minus is at minus 15. Where's like your regular logic example, not the plus minus? I don't think we need 15 volts on this thing. That would be ridiculous. Oh my god, why are there bullets? Don't carp on Waffle House? No, I don't think they serve fish. Are we gonna get hamstrung by the fact that this thing requires 15 volts? Because all the example circuits are 15. I'm gonna be pissed. Schematic. If I have to order chips and it completely fucks up our stream, I'm gonna be angry. I'm gonna physically feel anger. LF13508. Now that's not even close to the right thing. Nobody uses a max 308 because it's fucking obsolete as hell. I mean, it said the minimum voltage was 3 volts, right? It's like 3 to 15. Analog signal range 0 to 12. Input current with input voltage high. Input current with input voltage low. 0 to 2.4, 2.4 or 15. Positive supply current. That's current. I need transmission time. 85 nanoseconds. I don't know how that translates. Times 8. 85 times 8. Hold on. 85 times 8. 680 nanoseconds to get from one, only the switching. And so you've got a little bit of dwell time on that until you can read it. I think that'll be okay. Nanoseconds and milliseconds being, yeah. Single supply or dual supply mode, but the tabs are separated. if you're looking at dual supply tabs. Well, I was looking at the example circuits to see if they had a regular example, but I guess using ground and V plus is what we're going to be using, right? Minimum voltage being 4.5. This says voltage reference to V minus. Digital inputs, no comm, continuous current. I looked through all the specs and they didn't say anything like it's negative to positive. It said it was, I mean, at least from the range of voltages, like VA 2.4 volts. It seems like kind of reference that it would be okay in 3.3 volts. But if it needs 4.5, I guess that's that. Control F. No, not bookmark. 4.5. Positive supply current, 0 or 4.5. V enable, VA 0 to 4.5. Supply says 5. 258 instances of 5. I don't know if I'm gonna... These muxes operate with a single +5 to +30 supply or bipolar supplies while retaining TTL CMOS logic compatibility. Okay, so we can use 3 volts on the switches, A0, 1, and 2, but we need to supply it with 5 volts. Well, lucky for us, we got USB power on this thing. So what we'll do is we'll give it to us raw and wriggling. So we can use V-bus in order to go to, we'll use our V-bucks in order to power these things. So we'll use our V-bucks in order to power it. It's not going to work under 3.3 volts. I'd have to order new chips to make that work, which is something that I could do, but let's start with this. Let's start with this, and then if the muxing works, then maybe I can get better muxes, or I can just deal. This project, I kind of just want to deal, right? I just kind of want to deal with whatever I've got. So let's go back to... chat, why are you in front of the friggin... Okay. Let's go back to this one. Then I got to pull up like 500 different pinouts so that I can observe them. So I can build the circuit. Build a circuit. Okay, let's do this. So these are no longer valid. And in fact, yeah, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run... Well, I don't need a 5-volt rail. I'll run these over to here. And then I'll run V in, the USB power. I'll run it over to the first one. Just like that. So we're going to run it all the way over to the first one, and then I'll jump that to the second one. And that'll be that for power. Too long. That doesn't really give me good access to these pins, does it? Well, you win some, you lose some. I mean, I could always run it inside. I'd have to pull this, and I'd have to pull this, but I do have room if I wanted to run the power on the inside. Do I want to do that? I think that's a little fancy for what we're doing. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's leave it all outside the chips. The whole point of the perforated prototyping board is that it's easy. So, okay, boy oh boy. Where's the mux centered? I might want to flip this thing around. Because, where's the mux? Oh, it's all at the bottom of the chip. Okay, so it's on both sides, so that's not really going to help me. And then the common is here, so we'd have to run this back to the pin. Well, for us, this goes to 3 volts, I believe. You know what they used to, Rosso, you know what they used to have for the Tamiya, the little slot cars? The Tamiya slot cars that existed exactly the same as they are now, as they were in 1995. They've got all those wonderful dash motors and stuff, but you have a stack of 3 batteries that are powering this thing. And that stack of 3 batteries is hilarious because when you build the kit, it comes with these little AA battery equivalents that just have a brass bar, like a brass rod that runs to the center of it. So they're little battery cancelers. So if you're actually running, like, if you're not running batteries in parallel, because those things are a fire hazard if you run batteries in parallel, if you're running a bunch of batteries in series and you don't have enough, or you want to lower the voltage, you put one of those plastic AA analogs in there, and it'll just close the circuit. All right, let's see. So, okay, so this Maxim chip does not put everything on one side and the rest on the other. It's all like on the center of the chip. It's a very strange setup. But yeah, we can use this. Connect V- to ground under the chip and access the breadboard. I don't need to do that. We don't do anything with V-. We just leave it alone, I think. Might get some of those. I don't know where you'd be able to find them, but yeah. They would come with the slot cars. The slot cars are fun. Those things are great. You need track for them, though. V+, 15 volts, V- 15, ground 0, VAH 2.4, VAL 0.8, T-min to T-max, unless otherwise noted. I don't know. I need some better, yeah, it's a battery-sized dummy, but it's so dangerous if you've got, like, parallel. I guess you could, yeah, you could 3D print a dummy, that's true. The 2 max chips, yeah, so the 2 max chips, what we're doing is the Pico Pi doesn't have enough pins to run the screen and the lighting and the entire matrix. And the entire matrix of this keyboard, damn it, the entire matrix of this keyboard is 18 rows and 8 columns. And so in order to preserve columns, I can take these columns and I can roll them into some of the other columns. There's like a seagull going by outside. It is so distracting. Page 4 for unipolar specs. Okay, I'll look at that in a sec. Well, let me look at that now. Before I explain myself, I just need to make sure that I don't need to hook up V-. V+12, V-0, ground 0. So do I have to run that to ground? The algebraic conversion, most negative values, guaranteed by design, change in R on R max, leakage parameters, off isolation. I don't know if they explain anywhere that they need to have... Okay. Using supply voltages less than ± 15 will reduce the analog signal range. Okay, that's fine. We're talking digital here. I don't have any digital muxes on me, so... ±5 to ±20 bipolar with a +5 to +30 single supply. Connect V- to ground when operating with a single supply. Both device types can also operate with unbalanced supplies. Okay, so we need to do V- there. AA battery placeholders. Placeholders shouldn't have an electrical connection, though. The ones that I'm talking about from Tamiya actually have like a brass bar in them. So dangerous. So anyway, because these three columns here have a complete blank space next to them, I can put these pins onto these pins, and I can make them just part of this part of the matrix, right? That means that I have 15 columns and 8 rows. So using a mux, which typically are divisions of 4 and 8 and stuff like that, using a mux, I can take the 8 rows and I can set them to V+. And then I can take the 16 columns and I can put them into 2 inputs. And so now, and the only disadvantage to this is that muxing it is slower because you have to pull all the pins individually and then read from the individual inputs. But if I put the 16 inputs directly into the thing, then it reads them all at once. It's super fast. That seagull's really distracting me. It might be a hawk or something. I'm gonna watch the puppy. Anyway, so if I put it into 2 inputs, then the time span for it to read this is significantly reduced. That's my main concern, is that I'll hit a button really quickly and it won't register because it's scanning. I don't think that's going to happen. I think my impressions of the time dependency, the time of the loop for QMK is probably going to be pretty fast. People have like I2C port expanders running on these, so it might be okay. But I want to put my best foot forward. So anyway, we're using these muxes and demuxes because of the number of rows that, or number of columns that we have to read from. But we'll reduce that to just 2 digital inputs and then a whole bunch of control pins, and that reduces the amount of pinout takings to the point where we can have a screen and we can have all the backlighting functioning on this thing. So right now what we're trying to do is get the hardware hooked up. If I can hook up just 2 of these, this one and this one shares every single pin with this one. So we can hook up these 2, figure out whether or not this is vettable, and then we can test by connecting the other, you know, whatever. We can connect this one to the other input just to see that we get everything aligned properly. And then we can move this, well, we can then add the LEDs to the rest of the thing. I need to add the LEDs. And at that point, I'll probably be hooking up the LEDs that are actually in the circuit. We'll have to do a little bit of removal of the old stuff on the board. Now, this is a very annoying thing to do. We're taking it piecewise, and I'm bringing you guys along with me for the project, so it takes a lot of time. I would love to have this for tomorrow, but that's not feasible. Not with the way stream projects go. But I do like this project because we're able to put keyboards in the title, and that attracts a whole bunch of new people. Seen a lot of new follows and stuff. Thank you, everybody, for following. I am not going to break down into tears because you followed my stream, and I'm so thankful. But be aware that there's that much emotion involved. Thank you. So anyway, let's get these things hooked up. I need to get these 2 things plugged in. So we're going to do 3.3 volts on V+. Now the thing about these is that they're not digital multiplexers. These are analog multiplexers. So as such, there might be more delay in the switchings. It's a different specialty product than a digital mux. It would be great to find a digital mux, and you know, maybe I have enough 7400 series logic chips sitting over there in the wings that I could make digital muxes, but we're not going to do that. So you know, I could probably order parts if I need to. Let's just see if this is viable at all. 68 nanoseconds to do the switching. It's not terrible. Boop. Okay, so let's make this one for the rows. So if this one's for the rows, and then we got to do V minus needs to go to, and that's the 3rd pin on this thing, needs to go to ground. So ground here, pin 3. Actually, I think that was a hawk. Pin 1, 2, 3 go to ground. This thing go to ground. Then this thing go to ground. Pin 1, 2, 3. That one goes to ground. So I decided to take my work back underground to keep it falling into the wrong hands. Okay, pin 3, good to go. That's V minus. That'll help activate the chip. The rest of the setup is common V minus enable. Let's get the common pin of this one connected to 3 volts, which is on this rail. So I need another green one. It's going to be rather far away. It might not be the most stable power, but this one will be for the rows. So 3 volts on pin pin 8. Oh, it's the last pin. Okay, this one over here. Oh wait, I have smaller than that. This one will do. Hey, what's my glucose level doing? I need to check in on diabetes. Hey diabetes, what's up? Did you call me diabetes? What did you just call me, diabetes? That looks like my insulin's actually taking effect. All right, good. That's not so bad. Take what the? I think I just invented a multiplexer, but for a signal. You know, actually, it's probably just a delay. That sounds like it would just be like, because in like telecom stuff, you would have like, oh, this signal's multiplexed, so there's like a delay in it, so we can't run this line directly, and so you'd have some kind of a thing in there to make it delay a little bit. Common pin goes to our digital input. This is where the wiring is going to start to kind of get crazy. So I think blue might take us to where we need to go. Let's make sure that that gets to the right pin. Let the right pin in. Let's see. So I need to pull up my schematic on another. I need more monitors. So that one will go to GP2. GP2 is pin, what is it? GP2 is 4 pins in. Are we really only 4 pins? Wow, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, that goes here. So here, I mean, I guess this is where the other type of, yeah, because that's got to get all the way over to there. This is where the other type of jumper might come in handy. So pin 8. Oh, God. It's always so sloppy when you have to move this far. On the breadboard. All right, well, maybe that wire will also hold up the screen a little bit. Move the screen out of the way. Just a bit. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. So that's our common pin from the columns. We need to hook up the switches to a row and a column, and then we've got all of the system pins that'll control everything coming from here, 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 and here, and they're going to be like all going over here. Oh boy. I guess I should do the system pins before I do we'll do the control pins before anything else. So let's see. We've got enable 1, enable A0 and A2. So I have GP2, GP3, and then we start with the enables, 1, 0, 1, and 2. So enable 0 and 1 go to the enable pins of these two, and they're going to be the next. I'm going to skip 1, and then the next 2 pins will be the enables. So enable 0 and 1. What are the pins on the actual chip itself? What are the pins? I don't know. Pin 2. Pin 2. That would be this guy right here. Well, I should start with the far one. 0, enable 1. Pin 2, right there. Go like this, and that's not going to reach. It'll reach from the other one. Use the full breadth of my jumper kit. Just like that. Just do that with it. Just hide it. Hide it. Hide our shame. The only other length I have is this. Green is shorter, or is it? Yeah, green's a little shorter. That one could actually be a green. We'll make that a green. Blue might work for this one. Uh-oh. Where'd that one come from? Why did I pulled up the wrong one? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's pin 4. These are all the mistakes. This is where we make all the mistakes, right? Pin 3. 1, 2, 3. A lot of counting. A lot of counting goes on here today. So that goes there. And then if that is the second one, that would go to this pin right here. This is going to be a big circuit when we get it hooked up, because, I mean, these things are all about reducing the complexity of what we're looking at. Enable is pin 2. 1, 2. So that actually does reach right there. We'll use a green one for the next one. Try to keep it organized. I've seen a lot of breadboard circuits that people are like trying to troubleshoot, and they'll come into the Discord and they'll ask to troubleshoot it, and then it's just this bird's nest of wires. And while that is a way to build these things, I just can't stand it. I have to be very organized with my wiring like this. And it's really just, it is just a technique. It's just one of the techniques. That's it. But I don't know. I gotta do it this way. The only problem that you can really have with Maxim ICs is their cost. They're good. You know, there are a lot of very specialized ASICs. They can just be kind of costly. In the case of this thing, in the case of the research device that I originally was designing that used the Maxim chips, they didn't care. They wanted a really nice, clean response from their analog readers. So that's where this comes from. That's why we're using the Maxim chips in the first place, just because I have them. If these don't work out, I will find some digital muxing and demuxing chips. And those will probably work a lot better, faster, stronger. Okay, so for the next couple pins, we're going to the pins that tell the muxer what channel to turn on. So A0, A1, and A2. So that would be A0 is here, A1, A2. So let's take A1. Let's just see what we can do here with the red wire. Probably shorter than red. We could do a green on that one. Green might even be too long. I don't think we need a blue. Blue's the longest, I believe. No, red is the longest. So blue is slightly longer than green. Let's just see if we can get away with this guy here. We'll just sneak around the chip. We'll just direct it with the tweezers. Loosely directed. Too short. Blue wire. Do that. Tiny bend. Less of a science, more of an art. So that one is A1. So that'll go here. Oh, yeah, the green wire didn't work. Blue wire is way too long. I don't get it. All right, we can make up for it like this. Okay, blue wire, and then we'll do green one to do. Actually, it could be a little short. Well, I don't have anything between this and significantly shorter, so that goes here, and that's A0. So that one goes right above the blue wire. Now, I've people in chat have had better suggestions in saying that, you know, they basically just make their own wires like this. It's not that much work to have like a solid spool of wire and then just peel off the length you need and strip both ends and punch them into something like this. The kits are cheap. The kits are very cheap. So you can get a kit, or you could do it the way that people suggest and just cut all your own wires. I do the kit. I don't mind it. I just buy a new kit every now and then. The Max 4619 multiplexers were fine back in the day. They were fine. Also, a lot of the serial stuff. 232, 233, 4. Yeah, the 485 I've used before. Color-coded birds' nests. Yeah. Don't we all? Don't we all? All right, the next one goes here, and I think I can get away with another blue wire in pretty much the same bendiness as this one. But we'll just do it inside. Like that. Actually, it should go up and over, shouldn't it? Up and over. Then it can lay flat-ish. Even though we need to come in from the bottom of this because we're using a lot of these pins, and I don't want them to retract the way that these are so far. The screen's in a bad place, huh? We're gonna move the screen for now. We'll put it back when we're done. Try to keep that flat. There's a lot of control pins that we need to utilize here. So we need the 3 from up here, and then I think we're good to start the test. These are all going to need to be much longer. So A0 is on the other side of the chip. No, A0 is on the same side as enable. Unable. That's that. That's enable. Okay, so we don't need such a long one there. I can get away with green. Get away with green. Okay, so green there to there. And it's, of course, taking up this whole space right here. Jeez. I mean, I could move the screen out, like, over here if I need to, but whatever. Yeah, it probably would have been better to put this much closer, since it's got all these pins on it that need to be that need to be control pins, and there's not a whole lot of matrix pins on it. I got 2 wires going out this way. This is why I really appreciate I2C. I2C is just so much cooler than this, just because it's just chill. It's just chill with everything, right? It's just like, yeah, man, you need to like run me like 500 miles away. That's cool. I'm cool with that. So this is A0. This is A1. It's just the speed of I2C might not be appropriate for this keyboard. Not that I am the best typist in the world, but you know how it do, because it be like it is. That's a job for a blue wire. I'm glad you guys are sticking with me with this, because this has been a weird project. Professionals have standards. Put Mom on the phone. Yeah, it's a little bit weird for that. I guess it'll be okay. There comes a point that you get to with a perforated prototype, or sorry, with a solderless breadboard, where you just kind of are like, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. And I think maybe cutting your own cables is probably the way to keep yourself from getting there. But yeah, this one needs to be blue. Which one did it plug into? The game. Some of these have to be skipped at a certain point too, because they are... Which one did it go to? Wait a minute, hold on. Which did this go to? It was like... Because you already have the blue wire here. Oh yeah, it goes to pin 1. That's right, okay. Oh no, wait, blue's longer. Yeah, blue's longer. We need a longer wire. Right. I got it. I'm good for it. I'm still drinking. I'm good. Okay, let's figure out the pinout though, because some of these are ground pins. Some of these are ground pins. So if we look at my schematic, pop, 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 pop. So enable 0, enable 1, skip. Pin 3, skip. Why did I skip so many? Wait, what's going on there? Oh yeah, GP2, GP3. So GP2, GP3, so enable 0, so the next pin goes right up against that. That goes to enable 0, and then enable 1 goes there. Problem is when you pull these out, they pull out all the adjacent ones too. I3C? Is that a thing? Made some device using an analog device's analog isolator, about 100 quid chip. Damn, what I need, they were ideal. I have an RF isolator chip somewhere. I don't know. I don't remember what they cost. It is a real thing. It sounds like it would be a real thing. I have an RF isolator. So it's like a digital isolator that runs at extremely high speeds, but the air gap is for radio frequency in the chip. So it's like a 10,000 volt safety gap. Pretty crazy little chip. I would love to use it in something, but I just have no use for it. Use it like an opto isolator, but it's just better than one. But I don't know what it costs. On big test chambers and stuff, they actually use tubes full of mercury, and that way the test chamber can move. The pull-ups are integrated. Oh my god, imagine the luxury. Imagine the luxury, the pure luxury of it all. All right, let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Enable 1. Enable 2 is a skip. Enable 2. That one goes to pin. That's not enable 2. What is this one then? It goes A0 and then enable. And enable 2 is not... That should be enable 2. That's not enable 1. What's this one? That one's enable 1. Okay, hold on. Bought 3 counterfeit Max 31855 thermocouple digital chips from China. I'm glad I did. I fried the first one. Be murphed if I had to fry the real one. Yeah. I3C means you can hot swap? Huh. Okay, hold on. 2 and 3. We have GP2 hooked up to common of the second chip, which is how we have it. Enable 1 is connected, so it's GP2 skip. It's here, get you guys a little closer. So we have ground. then GP2, which goes all the way to the common pin of the second chip. GP3 is not connected. We're not using it yet. Enable 0. So 2, 3, enable 0. That's going to the wrong one. 0 is the rows, and this one is hooked up to the second pin of the rows. So this one goes here, and then this one goes here. Then skip. Oh, wait. Skip, then enable 2. So it's actually... Wait. 2, 3, 0. So 2, skip, 0, 1. 2, skip, 0, 1. Skip, because it's ground. And then enable 2 we're not using. So that's skip, skip. Skip, scop. Space cop? Space cop! And the pin comes out and you don't remember where it goes. So there's that. Skip, skip. Let's get that under stuff. Skip, skip. A0, A1, A2 of the row. 0, 1, and 2 of the row. So it's 0, 1, and 2 of the row. Skip. And then the other 3. Jesus, that could do it. That could go back to green. That could go back to green. There you go. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's all the control pins hooked up, and Jesus Christ, it's a mess. It's a mess, but it's all hooked up. Huh? Soldering iron is no way to show you how hot it was, and you need to test it by hand before putting it away. I mean, you wave your hand near it and you look to see whether or not it's plugged in or not. It depends on your soldering iron. Anything worth its salt will tell you whether or not it's on. Okay, so that's all of those control pins hooked up, except for, you know, the third mux, but we're not using the third mux for this test. So that's the hardware. Oh boy, the software I haven't worked out yet. I meant to be working on it during the between times. So we'll spend a little bit of time working on software, but I don't think we're going to get very far with it. I don't think we're going to be finishing software by the time I've got to close up. We'll see though. We'll get started and see where we get to. If I get an idea of what I'm hooking up, I mean, I can postpone until Tuesday when I come back, unless I do like a surprise stream. If I do a surprise stream, we're working on the keyboard again, and I will have more software, I hope. My schedule sucks just because, you know, we're trying to raise a puppy. So all of my off time has unfortunately been kept by looking after the puppy, and I can't be down here with the puppy yet. Once I can, then I can get more work done. Okay, so we've got everything hooked up that we need for this test. I need to come up with software for it. So to do the software on QMK, we basically have our setup that came from the tutorials, and our setup that came from the tutorials dictated what folders we were using and how we were flashing. Using the RP2040 processor, it's actually not that bad to get everything you need to running. We have a couple examples of how to use multiplexers with this system. I'm gonna have to come up with a lot of stuff for this, but we need to look at some GitHub stuff. I'll go to the face cam for just a second here because I need to shuffle windows around in order to look at some software and open up things like GitHub Discord that I don't want you guys seeing. Last time I showed Discord on, hold on, size matrix for T in the matrix.h file. Okay, that's that discussion. There's that branch. Where's the thing that fat linked?
Fadanon found something that was actually pretty relevant. QMK firmware for WASD keyboards. Let's open up Dish. Go over here. Go to this, and we can read. A drop-in replacement controller for the WASD code TKL and full size. That's interesting, right? That's kind of new. It has no reset button, so to pull the controller in flashing mode, simply unplug the USB cable and plug it back in. Now, if they're talking about going onto that controller, onto the Sonic's microcontroller, ours exploded, or at least that's at least our impression of what's going on. We have a config H info matrix. So the matrix is on here. So what's in the matrix file? We have light mode programming because I should explain myself. I just read all about I3C. I don't know anything about it. I've never heard of this before. You guys should know that, like, when I'm programming, I use light mode. You guys have forced me to use dark mode on some stuff because you guys don't like your whole room lighting up. But the reason that I have stuff still in light mode is that there's a giant fucking studio light sitting right next to me in order to do face cam. So I need that light in order to I need light mode in order to see what's going on without my retinas exploding. All right, so this looks like the normal matrix.c. What are they doing here? I live in a solarium? Jesus. You're ruining the stream movie magic. You get, like, oh man, I used to watch, hold on. See, I have to put the video monitor window over there because I need to be able to see what I'm showing you guys. I used to watch, like, a lot of, like, Funhouse content and stuff, and the thing you don't notice is that they have a lot of lighting in the background of what they're doing. So they're all sitting there like around a computer and it looks natural, but they have these blaring fucking lights like everywhere, just completely hyper illuminating everything. Because, you know, the cameras need light. Cameras need light, and that's how you get good production, is you take control of all the lighting around you. So, sorry, I'm using this opportunity to stretch because I've been sitting for too long. Ugh. Okay. Right, we're reading code. Put that over there. Put this over here. Now I can watch. So standard int, standard boolean, matrix. Quantum is just something that QMK needs to run. And then SM74X138, that's a driver. We'll just look it up real quick. No, I don't want it in German. Thank you very much. QMK breaking changes. No. 7438N, 4-channel 2 input, 4 to 5 bipolar NAND gate. What? I don't think that's right. 7400 series. I have some of these stuff, but yeah, 74LV or HC. What's the opper? 2 volt to 5 volt operation, 3 to 8 line decoder, encoder, multiplexer. So this is the digital equivalent of what we were looking at, where you have just all the outputs coming out of this thing. I probably have some of these in a drawer, to be honest. Controller and target instead of master slave. No, it's actually good that they do that. It's actually good that they do that, because all the male, female, master, slave is, it's good to move away from that terminology. And I do actually mean as sort of an inclusive thing, because it's just better to avoid it. Now, as a joke, we use dom sub, which I think is better, but using controller and target is fine too. You have 138 of these fucking things in front of you. What kind of a hedonistic lifestyle are you leading that leads you to have a SN54LV138s in bulk sitting in front of you? Port receptacle. Yeah, that's what we use in architectural engineering. So, you know, that's how it is. It's like I2C, but it uses a push-pull circuit. Huh. Oh boy, this looks cool. Oh no, I don't understand any of it. I get that a lot. We get that a lot on the stream. I try to explain stuff in layman's terms as much as I can because this stuff is not that complicated. It's just clever. It's not complicated, it's clever. And everybody can understand things that are clever. What we're trying to do is we're trying to activate the rows, because a keyboard is rows and columns with switches between the rows and the columns. Now, you can add diodes in there to keep from accidentally seeing buttons that aren't pressed being pressed. Mine has diodes. Basically, I spilled shit on my keyboard. It broke. We're replacing the brain. We're putting in a brain that's more open source. Rows and columns on a keyboard. I reverse engineered where they all are, but there's like a big curveball that's been thrown in. So what we're doing right now is we're learning how to use what are called multiplexers and demultiplexers. And what multiplexers and demultiplexers do is they take a binary number and use that to activate one of a number of ports. So if you have 8 ports, you can use 3 pins in order to put voltage onto 8 ports. Or you can use it to observe 8 ports by switching between the ports using the binary number that you're sending to the chip. It's a way, it's one of these clever things, these clever little tricksy things that engineers do in order to optimize. Yeah, it's a big brain transplant is what we're doing. And I want to get, I want to have some extra features and control over my keyboard, I guess. It's not that big of a deal. It's not much of a priority to me, but it's a thing we can do. So I'm gonna burp. Okay, burped. 2000 volt human body model. Yeah, that's what they used to call me. 2 volt to 5 volt operation. Okay, so I might have some of these. I don't have these 74 LV 138. I don't have any in surface mount flavor, I don't think. Yeah, it's just not something that I have. I might have some through hole ones. So if, back into a corner, I might. No, I'm not. I don't do that. I don't do the burping on stream. There are some streamers whose esophaguses you could map by the amount of burping that they do. April 1998. Anyway, if I need to, I could buy some of these. Basically, they're the equivalent of what we're doing. But what we're doing is we're using a chip that's a little bit more generic. So okay, so we know what they're doing. They're using a driver to run it. Constant pin T, rows pins. So that's the number of rows and the number of column pins. Columns 6 and 9 through 15 use the demultiplexer. Column 6 and 9 to 15. D4 is the enable pin, must be high to use it. 9 to 15, huh? What processor are they using? I guess that's for a different thing. So what they do is select column. They make a function for that. UN8T. So we have an 8-bit number that comes in for the column. If the column pins of column does not equal the number pin, I don't know what no pin is. No pin. Number pin. We have column, number pin. That's weird. Column of pins of column does not equal the number pin. Write the pin low, or else set the address. Column is equal to 6. I don't know what the question mark means. I don't know what the colon means. Is this like a loop? Is that what we're doing? And then you enable the, so you set it to the column and you enable it as true. Yikes. That, and that. And this. That's an if else. So if column is equal to 6, else 7 to 15, you subtract column from it in order to get the number. So what they're doing is they are setting up a statement that will set the binary output to the appropriate column. If I'm understanding this correctly, they're trying to just get the address number so that they can set it properly. So that's select column. To unselect the column, they do the opposite. If true, then 7, else 15 minus column. Oh, so they're counting in the opposite direction. A ternary statement. Okay. It's vague in the back of my mind. Unselect columns, and then they have a for loop. Okay, so for loop. For loops inside of these things is how we're probably going to be doing what we're doing. If the column pins of X does not equal no pin, so that's that again. Set the pin output, write the enable high, set enable to false after it's done. Test question mark, true result, false result. Okay. Thank you, Schmide. Actually, that is extremely helpful. So the case is if the column is equal to 6, set it to 7, else 15 minus column is going to dictate what we send to the set address function. Why didn't I know about it? I probably did. You guys probably explained exactly this to me, and it just melted out of my ear. Initialize the pins, unselect columns. Okay, so these are all the functions. I'm just reading through the functions so I know what's going on. Unselect the columns for UNT of X is equal to 0. I guess we could just declare stuff like that out of the blue in this language. Okay. X is less than matrix rows. So we're doing, for all the rows, we set input high on the row pin. So are they direct connecting the pins? They don't have the rows connected. I thought they had the 74138 doing that. Does the 74138 hold on. 74138 input, output, enable. Wow, that's a lot of enable pins. I thought it would just be like a 1 to something or other, but input and output. So the input's the number, and then you got all your outputs here, 0 through 7. For some reason, you got 3 enables. But does this just output a VC? Oh, here's the truth table. Since it's a logic device, it is a truth table, huh? Yeah, it's just a high and low engine then. Yeah, that does seem like a very useful thing for simple statements. So what the hell is this thing doing? It's only a 0 if your pins are in a certain state, but it's active low. Why is this? But this keyboard doesn't have a matrix that's active low, unless it's using it like as a mask, which I don't think it does. Columns 6 and 9 to 15, which is a weird thing. 74H. Now keep in mind this is like a very similar to my keyboard, so this is just something that I want to vet out this software and read what it's doing and understand it, because this will have all the answers to the questions that I'll have about how the logic for my own keyboard is going to work. So I guess this is how it's selecting it. It's using, I don't know why they're calling them F keys. I guess those are just the outputs. E0, 1, and 2. 6 is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Weird, very weird. That's a weird kind of logic. Do they have? I need to see hardware at this point. I'm not understanding it without the hardware. Ace and I, was that, blah blah blah, hardware, Martin Wirt, dead website, perfect. I really don't want to build your hardware because you haven't given me an idea of how to hook anything up. Nope. README is just the same thing. Without this person's website, this is pointless. God, I think I'm going to need to do this, too. With mine. I don't even know what all this stuff means. I'm probably going to need to do this. Oh, that's it? You found it? Oh, shit, dude. Okay, hold on. Let me open that up. Bop, 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 bop. Oh, this is the older version. Oh, I see. So he made one that can plug in instead of the old controller. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. The old controller isn't present on this keyboard anymore. It's the controller's on the other side of the PCB. Yeah, that's what I was looking at, Adorphus. I think, yeah, you and Pyro are saying the same thing. They use some of them directly into the MCU, but others use the some of them use the logic thing in order to create the positive power on the pins. So yeah, I used to have one of these. I think I've gotten rid of it a long time ago. This was the one that the one that had this I conformal coded. The original WASD keyboard that had this controller on it, there was a hot spot right above the arrow keys for the processor. For some reason, it got very warm, which seems like a little much in a keyboard, right? Why are we producing stuff that gets hot in our fucking keyboards? All right, so that's, I mean, this is doing similar stuff with very similar hardware. It's not exactly what we're doing, but I think a lot of the logic stuff that they're doing, we can cater to our own stuff. So this is good to have as an example. Because they're doing a weird thing where they're skipping around and they're kind of like beating around the bush and using some of the pins that are already on the controller and some that aren't. Whereas we are fully putting ourselves into the realm of using a, what is it? A multiplexer. This is going to take me a while to get this software. This is probably why we're not going to do software today very much. I was hoping we would, but the hardware part was more fun. So Boolean read rows on column. Oh, init pins is one that I probably will want. Oh, wait, we need to, okay, demultiplexer set enabled false. Boolean matrix changed. Okay, so this is an important one. The read rows on column. Why is he reading rows? Did he confuse rows and columns? That's why I wanted to look at like a bit more at the hardware. That's the board, but I want to see a schematic. Only works with V2 and full size. Code only works with code V2. Doesn't work with V3. Yeah, because it's a chip on. Oh, another person went through the old V2? Am I the only person going through the V3? Yeah, see, this is more our speed. This is exactly what we're talking about. See that right there? I mean, the PCB you can see is totally different. I remember this PCB because I've cleaned it off many times. I've had a WASD keyboard for a long time. Build guides. Oh God, what is all this? This is Keyhive. Plaid. I just want to see their schematic, you know? Reasonably priced keyboard, but unfortunately not very customizable. This hobby project aims at fixing, swapping it's Holtec is the previous one, yeah, for Teensy. I think it's SY, isn't it? QMK. These keyboards are quite commonplace among gamers. Oh man, he called us the G word with a hard A. Oh God. Blah 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 blah. I want to see what your schematic is. Exactly. What's your schematic? Show me how you're doing the matrices on this thing. I want to check to see whether or not the software we're looking at is using, because it looks like they're looking at the rows and not the columns. Whereas in our keyboard, the one that we just reverse engineered, our rows and columns are set up with the diode going from the row to the column. So it's a whole bunch of columns in parallel that have the diode on it, and then the row is the one that gets active with the positive power. Scroll down. I don't know how to scroll down. I'm a gamer. Gamers don't scroll down. I scrolled down. I don't know what exactly you expect from me. Project log, is that here? No. There we go. Your wallet will love you. I don't know about that. Oh, and the Hackaday link. Okay. ECAC. Hackaday.io. Yeah, Hackaday.io I never got around to actually doing. I know they prioritize Hackaday.io projects on their site, so I haven't been able to get published to the freaking rag that I used to write for. It really annoys me. Burn the Subs didn't get on Hackaday. Let's see. So column scanning and then row sense is how this thing seems to work. Which is the opposite way that this. Look at, they're using jumper wires in the old board. First thing I need to do is put pins. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. And then they've got their own nomenclature for everything. BuzzFeed, why I left Hackaday incoming. I'm not that cool. Oh, look at what he did. Oh, that's cute. He hooked up a bunch of LEDs where if he pushed a button, the LED lights up. That's pretty cool. That's a cool way to do it. I use the multimeter like a man. Like a human. Look at you. That's cool. All right. I just wanted to see what the scheme here was. I would love to see a schematic, but recording the results, I've constructed a table, and then he wired it up to a little test. The table says RD and SL. Not really tell me much about that. That doesn't tell me a whole lot, but it is very similar to what I did. It's just the columns and the rows, I think they swapped. Blah, 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 blah. Didn't work, etc. Yes. That's big wire to be using for this. You should be using wire wrap. I guess they eventually made their own circuit board, but... All right, yeah, they didn't go through the hardware as much as I thought they would. I think, but what I'm reading in this code is that I think the keyboard must be very fancy for all this effort. I paid a bunch of money for it. I'm going to get the most out of it. And QMK is pretty powerful firmware to be running. You can do a lot with it, and I at least just want to have like a cute screen on the keyboard. But I would love to have my keyboard work and be a little bit more open-y, sourcey, so that if it dies again, I know exactly what I'm doing when I fix it. Without having to have specialized hardware, you know? Matrix I/O delay, huh? Wait for the column selection to stabilize. Okay, so this is how you do... Yeah, okay. So they select a column, wait for it to stabilize. For U and 8T, row index is equal to 0 till row index is equal to less than the number of rows of the matrix, increase the row index. So the row versus the last row value. So there's two big matrices that are being stored within the software, the last value and the current value. So what is this? The last row value is equal to the current matrix row. What the fuck? Wait a minute. What does that even mean? Oh, I see. So before we overwrite it, we're taking out of there's a single matrix. I got that wrong. There's one matrix. We're not storing the entire previous state. What we're storing is the current state of the matrix. And the current state of the matrix, we're pumping into a last row value because the next thing we're going to do is read that pin. So if the read of pin... Okay, this is perfect. This makes sense to me. This is the kind of logic that I expected out of a keyboard. And this is the kind of thing that I can go in and rewrite and make work with our double row read, double column read logic. What we're basically going to do is we're going to activate a row, like a whole row, and then we will activate two columns at a time, and we'll read through them with the stabilization. Okay, I get this now. This is going to take me a little bit to get written. I'm not going to be as spry as I normally am with writing software if I'm doing it in front of you guys. Usually I'm clickety-clackety, you know, your property is mine or whatever. Clickety-clackety against the keyboard like Keyboard Cat. And I get all this stuff written, and then we run a very simple program with our microcontroller. In the case of QMS, there's just structures upon structures that I've got to be careful about. And so when I'm writing this, I'll want to write this on my own. I'm going to write this on my own. We'll get the tests done, and I'll see what the speed is like. And when I write the software, I'm going to be writing basically the full version of the software. It'll only work for this keyboard, though, in the way that I've wired it. Yo, what's the project? Yo, so the project is my keyboard. I have a Code 10 keyless V3. Had. Emphasis on had, because I spilled some shit on it. I was drinking some diet iced tea, having the time of my life. It was great. It was the before times. Just drinking some iced tea, having the time of my life. The world was my oyster. And I spilled just a little bit of the iced tea on this board. See, the thing about the Code 10 keyless is that all of the electronics are sitting at the bottom of the keyboard. And if you spill just a little bit on this thing is running at low voltages, I believe, for all the switches. And so that little bit of moisture causes absolute fucking chaos with the keys that are being pressed or not pressed or depressed. They get sad. So I flipped the keyboard upside down and went to bed, because that's about where I was with that night. So came back to this. It was all moist, all up at the keys. Apparently I spilled a lot more than I thought. So I gave it a couple alcohol baths. Usually that's all it takes to get my keyboard to work again. I really like the feel of this keyboard, you know? Selected the right switches. It's got the Cherry MX clears. It's got decent functionality, and you know, I get along with it very well. I like the shape of it and all that stuff. Problem is, this time it didn't bounce back. It didn't bounce back this time. This time it died permanently. So, dead keyboard, ordered another one, and then at the same time I said, you know what? I should look at this QMS stuff, because a lot of people in my Discord have been building their own keyboards. So, built my own keyboard. Well, I'm not going to build my own keyboard. That's too much. That's too involved. I could do it. But these guys have been using the system called QMS in order to open source their keyboard controllers. And I figure if I'm going to be destroying this thing eventually through the infusion of liquid into it, I might as well have a bit more command over what's controlling the keyboard. Because, you know, the physical part of the keys, the LEDs, switches, all that stuff still works just fine. So, another part about QMS is that I can use these Raspberry Pi Picos that I've had sitting around for quite a long time. And so this project was born. So anyway, what we're doing is we are hooking up a Raspberry Pi Pico. Yeah, not QMS, sorry, QMK. We're hooking up a Raspberry Pi Pico as the brain of my keyboard. I did all the reverse engineering of where all the pins are. I know where those are. The problem is we have so many rows and columns that it's going to overwhelm the inputs and outputs on this Raspberry Pi. So what we need to do is set up a test, set up a limited test, and see the viability of using what are called muxes and demuxes in order to operate the entire matrix of this keyboard through the muxes and the demuxes. That way, the Raspberry Pi can iterate through checking all the stuff quickly enough, hopefully, that it feels like a normal keyboard, and then it can run the lighting, and it can run an extra screen. And then from there, I don't know, I could build in more functionality to it if I feel it necessary later. So what we do is on the perforated prototyping board, we build up as much of a test of the hardware as we can to vet out the viability of this system. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would because I'm doing it with you guys. When I do projects with you guys, it takes 3 to 5 times longer to actually do all this work. That's not even mentioning the fact that I think I might probably need to use some kind of a different mux and demux, a digital one. But if these chips, because a lot of this stuff is stuff I had on hand, if these chips work, they'll be great. we're getting close to testing this. I need to write a couple like routines in this thing that'll go through those pins and figure out how I'm going to do that elegantly, which means I might need to write a driver for this chip, which shouldn't be too hard because I've got a lot of example code, but it's going to be a lot of fiddly work to do. So I don't want to have a mosquito bite under my beard right there. I don't want to necessarily drag you guys through the mud with me while I do this. So I'm going to take the weekend and I'm going to do a bunch of programming, and at the latest I come back on Tuesday. That's at the latest. No big promises that I'll be coming back anytime sooner, but programming, not my favorite thing in the world. I want to get this keyboard done though, and we're close. So I need to get that software written. We'll get it onto the controller. We'll try it out, and then we'll see whether or not it's viable. And if it is, that means that we can do all of the building. So we can actually double-sided foam tape the Arduino to the board. We'll get all the pins hooked up and everything. And yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be basically like that Hackaday project that you guys linked. That project is almost exactly what I'm doing anyway. Just trying to make my Code 10 keyless a little bit less specialized in terms of the microcontroller. It would be kind of cool to make something that like solders in place, that has all the connections that it needs, and the Raspberry Pi Pico stuff on it. That'd be kind of cool. I'm not going to take it that far though. We're going to get it working barely, and then I'll be done forever. Anyway, so that means I'm kind of out of content, because the programming stuff is going to take us a while to do. We read a little bit of the code. We can see how the routines work together for that function of activate the thing, read the other thing. We can get that done. So now I know how that works. I'm going to try to implement it. We know how. There's even a delay in there for settling time, because when you switch to these different things, the voltage level just takes a little, like a microsecond or so to get itself into the right location. If you read it too early, you get a spurious reading. So that's built into the keyboard software. Everything we need is there. It's pretty great. Well, thank you guys for all the subs, all the follows, and all the stuff. You guys have been great. I don't know if there are other channels that I would want to raid right now. I don't know if I can. Is anybody who's rated me on? Where are they? I mean, Davies is doing My Summer Car. I've been watching too much My Summer Car. Played up. Oh yeah, Brett Ultimus is doing his birthday thing. He doesn't know who I am. He didn't care. Robaz is doing Metopia. All right, you guys will figure it out. Thank you so much for watching. Disperse to where you'll go on Twitch. And I appreciate you guys coming here and hanging out with me on this Friday. I'll be back on Tuesday at the latest, and we'll get this thing cracked, all right? Promise. See you guys later.